ticking, heartbeat loud. Tools and dreams in a restless crowd. Tassy pieces, a puzzle to tame. Subaru legend calling my name. Can I raise the hands of time? Every second a mountain to climb. 24 hours, the pressure is real. Will I break or steal the wheel? 1/8 scale in a world to prove. Subaru spirit in every groove. Screwdrivers dance, bolts in line. Blueprints blur as the hours unwind. And coffee cold, adrenaline burns. Every moment a lesson learned. Midnight whispers, the task looms near. Failure's shadow, I won't let it appear. 24 hours, the pressure is real. Will I break or steal the wheel? 1/8 scale and a world to prove. Subaru spirit in every groove.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I can see the soundbar going well. I'm sure I made the intro look more impressive than it actually was. It took me ages to do that, so hopefully you liked it. Now, the first part of this stream is probably going to be a little bit of a shopping channel, I guess. Obviously, this build is partly sponsored by none other than Mike Lane. I say partly sponsored because he's paid for like half the actual model, but as well as the model, he has supplied the power mod, so I will be putting that in as we build it. And also something you might have seen on the workshop tour, pixel mat. But something you wouldn't have seen on the workshop tour is the box that it comes in. So we now have a nice little box, and I'll show you a little bit more detail when it comes over to the workbench. Pixel mat won't get used straight away. This is mainly for when we're going to be working on the body, but I'll show you all the different bits and pieces that it comes with, because there is quite a few parts that it does come with. And as well as that, also have this, which is the poke mat. Now again, nice little box it comes in, but basically you can just put all your screwdrivers and things in it. So basically just stab them in. Now they can be hung on the wall, so you could have all your tools on a wall and just stab them into any of the points there. So thank you very much, Mike, for those. Absolutely brilliant little device, and I really liked the look of it when I saw it in the workshop. So yeah, I'll take over the build mat now and I'll show you these, and then we will get building. Now obviously this is a, well, I say 24-hour live stream. I've had a look at the parts. I'm not sure if it's going to take me 24 hours, but we shall see. I'm not going to be racing. I'm going to do it as a normal pace, but got stage 1 there, got the bodywork just off camera there probably, so that's not going to get used for quite some time. But yeah, I'm not going to be rushing it, so it's going to go at a normal pace. I've got a massive box of parts just there, and yeah, I think it should be good. I will be taking breaks. I've got a couple of little break screens which I'll show you in a minute, and I will be stopping for lunch, so there'll probably be half-hour delay or something around that point. and you'll probably hear it in the background. I don't know if it's actually going to pick it up or not, but I've got a hot water urn that's boiling away at the minute. So I've got tea, and using my fantastic Trotec supplied mug as well. So I've got a cup of tea, so I think we're ready to go. So let's switch to that camera. Now you can see, hopefully, in the top corner there is a timer, and I can just do a start on that. I can stop it, and I can reset it. So once I actually get building, I'll start that one off. And when I'm on a break, you'll see this. And then I'll come back. But first of all, let's talk about the pixel map. So if I just zoom out, because it is massive, and I say it's massive, this isn't the biggest Mike's going to do. He's going to do a slightly long one because the Batmobile and the Ecto 1 will not fit on here. But he's going to do an XL size, which will be this plus a little bit more. So, but this will do most of your standard builds. So if I just bring the bodywork over, you can see how that fits on there really, really nicely. Now, as I say, this is probably going to be a little bit of an infomercial. When you get the pixel map, you get one of these. So there's a pixel slicer. There's actually metal, and you can basically just saw through the pixels and cut them out nicely. Mike has said you can dig into this with your fingers and pull out all the individual pixels, but without you'd damage it a little bit, and you probably wouldn't be able to put them back in nicely. So got a little instruction on the back there how to use this, and it is literally, you cut into it and then you can pull out the individual pixel or two. You've got the targets down the side here, so again you can take your tools and stab them in. You can stab them in anywhere, doesn't make any difference. Obviously you've got the side panel there, and basically the poke mat is just that same stuff. It's just a whole host of targets. So 300 plus places to keep pointy things. So there you go. And it does work for pens as well. So you can actually stab other larger items in as well. Now, you do get a chalk pen. You get one of those. You obviously get the pixel mat. You get the box. And on the side of here, they do come in different colours. Obviously I've got a nice red one, looking fantastic. Got build notes and model. Now I haven't actually primed this pen, but you get a chalk pen with it, and if I can find a bit of something to just prime this pen on, if it's going to do it. See, live TV, nothing works. There we go. So you can just you can write whatever model you're working on. So you could have one of these per model. That takes a couple of seconds just to dry off. But the other benefit you can do with this, what Mike was telling me yesterday, is with the pixel mat. Obviously, if you have a body on its side, instead of guessing where you're going to be cutting out all of these, you can actually draw around this. And you might think, oh, but what if I get it on the model? Well, this will just wipe off your model. So he's thought about that as well. Also, going forward, you could potentially, you've got this grid system here, you can share your cutouts, basically. So if you say, oh, I'm working on the Subaru, if you remove from F15, etc. to wherever, it'll make a perfect model for your model. You can go with that as well. Let's just have a quick check on chat before it gets too far away from me. So, hello Bergdes. Hi Spider Sprue. Hi John. Oh, and hi Kev. I think that's everyone. Apologies if I miss anyone. Obviously, it's going to be a long stream, and I'm probably not going to be able to keep up with chat fully. But in theory, I have got chat to actually work. Now, these pixel mats are reusable, as Bugda says. But to be fair, they will have a finite life, because you will be cutting into this. But if you use the pixel slicer, then obviously you get a nice clean cut. So you could put the pixels back in, and obviously you could cut them out as a section, as opposed to individual pixels. So you can put the sections back in, you can then cut those sections back up, but eventually you're probably going to need to replace this. Obviously, if you do that, Mike sells just a pixel mat on its own, because this does just lift out, he says. And obviously, all you need is to replace that bit. You still got another bit of foam there. Now this little bit of foam is obviously important, because obviously as you remove the pixels from here, and obviously only partly cut through, as you can see, it will leave a space. So when you put your model in, you've still got that bit of cushioning underneath that's going to obviously hold the model. So you've got still a nice soft cushion underneath the pixel mat. You will also notice that it's above this lip. Now that's also on purpose, so when you're putting things on here, it doesn't compress too much. If you put your finger on it, it'll compress really quickly or really easily. But put something a little bit more solid on it, and I can't find something, so like a pen for instance, you can see it doesn't compress as much. So when you've got your model on there, no matter how heavy it is, it should distribute the weight of it and not obviously get touched by that acrylic. In contrast, the poke mat doesn't have a lip. So if you put anything on there, just be careful obviously going to the sides, but ideally this one is just for your tools. Now, I'm going to do that little infomercial type thing, but there's more. So this is the standard pixel mat. Apologies Mike if I get this wrong, but I'm pretty sure he said with the pixel mat you get the pen, you get the pixel slicer, and obviously that's going to get you going. I can't remember if he said you get any of these with it. I think these come with the accessory pack. So there's an accessory pack that you can get along with this. So obviously you can buy more than one accessory pack, but you get these little clips, you get these little trays, you get these. So obviously if you're doing painting, they can sit in like that. You got these trays that have dividers, so you can do screw dividing, etc. And there's even some clips in here. So if I remember how these go on, you put them over the top like that. If I just take that out for a second, they will sit on the side of the mat. Also you can put them anywhere. These ones will also do the same thing, and you can put a pen there. There's also these smaller ones. Oops. So if you replace that one, now these are specifically designed for the various screwdrivers. So if you don't want to poke them into your mat, you can just put them on the edge like that. And obviously you could use it for like scalpels, pens, all sorts. So you do get a couple of wider ones, so you can have a scalpel or something there, pen. Obviously stop your scalpel from rolling off your desk. So absolutely brilliant thing. I thought it was brilliant when I saw this in Mike's workshop. And ever since then, obviously he's done a few extra bits, so these accessory packs, etc. He didn't have these before. And he was telling me about trying to get something that will cut the pixel mat nicely. And he tried scrapers, he tried the things you use for the 3D printer, like the palette knives and things like that. But he used a credit card, and you could never get anything better than a credit card to do this. So, and that is metal. It's thin metal, but it is metal. As well as all those accessory packs and things, you also get microfiber cloth. So that you can obviously use to wipe off the text you put on the board. Obviously you could use it to clean your model. And you also get a little spudger as well. Again, that will sit in the mat as well. Obviously that could help you lift out the pixels once you've done the cutting. So the accessory pack, as I say, is not standard. I'm pretty sure by standard you get that, and the pixel mat, and then you can buy the accessory mat separate, the accessory pack separately. Obviously you can get more pixel mats separately as well, so you can have as many sort of things you want. Obviously the only thing you can't do is, if you decided you wanted a pixel mat per model, obviously when you pick this up it's very flexible, and if you cut bits out of it it's going to be even more flexible, which is why we've also got a box. So if you wanted more than one model, obviously you might want to have more than one box, and obviously you could colour code them as well, because I say there are different colours. So I don't believe these are on the website at the moment, but watching today you will have it on the website. So yeah, it will be on the website at some point today. So this is a Will's Workshop exclusive that you've now seen these, which I think looks absolutely fantastic. And obviously these you could actually light up, because you could even take this box actually and use it as a display stand almost. So as I say, nice soft cushioning for metalwork, bodywork, etc. Hey Wayne. So fantastic bit of kit, but as I say, right at the beginning, I'm probably not going to be using this. Obviously you could use this as a build mat, but it's primarily going to be for doing the bodywork. And obviously I demonstrated it obviously that way around, but obviously it's brilliant. You could cut out parts for the windows, etc., and the roof section, and have your model on its roof as well, so it doesn't obviously tip around. This would have been brilliant for the 66 batten bill. I really wish I had one for the 66 batten bill. Unfortunately this one's actually too short for the 66 batten bill, because obviously those domed bits and the length of it is just too long for this one, which is why Mike's going to do an XL one, as I say. But yeah, if you want one of these for yourself, check out the links below. Go to Mike's website. It's not going to be there right now, and not as far as I'm aware anyway, but it will be at some point today. He promises me it's going to be here. Oh, 5 AM. Oh, we'll see. Maybe I should do a poll or something. Like do a, when am I going to get finished by? So that'll be interesting to see who gets closest. Right, so I'm going to move this out of the way, and I'll show you the magazine. I know I did on the live stream the other day, but I figured anyone else new here maybe will have a quick flick through, and then we get building. Now, if Wayne's still here, actually, I know you obviously did the Volvo build, and you said all the parts were all over the place. Let me just zoom that camera in. With this one, it's the same. So the parts all over the place, in different boxes, in different packages. But if I can get the box, pack 1 has numbers 1 to 13. 6, 7, 9 refer to pack 10. So there's one bit that says where the parts are, but also at the back of here. Pack 1 contains these parts, pack 2 contains these parts, pack 10 contains these parts. So looking for parts I don't think is going to be too much of an issue. It would also be useful if they'd put it here. So step 8 would be in box whatever. But I don't think it's going to be too difficult. So I don't know if the Volvo did that. See, if you want to do it on extreme mode, just throw away the instructions and use a different set of instructions. You know, you could have turned it into a bus or something. Oh, 9 PM, okay. See, I don't think it's going to take me 24 hours personally, but we shall see. Right, so, the Subaru Impreza. Get a nice little bit of information about it, and obviously about Solberg probably. Don't know if it actually says about Solberg. And then we're straight into the instructions. The first part we're going to be doing is the front bumper. We have a wheel. Got the front suspension struts. And I believe the steering linkage as well, from what I've seen from Jordan's video. So already into 2 wheels. And I think it's basically the front subframe that we start off with. So we've got some engine parts. See, I've had a flick through this, and I obviously haven't studied them in detail, but I don't think they're too bad, instruction-wise. So, but we'll see how we get on going forward. I'm going to use the book. I could use the digital instructions, but I'm going to try the book, mainly because it's matte paper, and I love it. So look, there's no glare, no reflection. More people need to make instructions out of matte paper. Because even that is fairly matte laminated, and I cannot get a glare off it. Love it. That's the printer in me saying that. But yeah, what, quarter of the way through the book, we're always starting on the chassis, so I won't show you absolutely everything, but I think what I'll do is I'll get the parts for pack 1 or stage 1 and we get building, and I will start that timer. Right, here we go. The timer has started. Well, this is either going to encourage you bug this or put you off fully. Nothing left in that. Now we do get a screwdriver. Obviously, won't be using that, but let's say IXO collections on it. Quite nice. Now, at some point today, I might end up using this as well. So, treat myself to a little electric screwdriver. But I'm going to try the rare screwdrivers first. Because if you get one of these models from Mike, you do get a free IXO, free rare screwdriver. So, I've got this one because I already had a pH 0 of the green type. So, Mike gave me the ESD one. Right, let's move that keyboard out of the way. Just clearing the rest of the workbench now that I've made a mess of it. And you might be able to see that I've got every single screw in a little box here, all labelled. So we've got metal screws here, we've got the plastic screws down here. So hopefully that'll make things a lot easier as well. Let's go with that zoom, I think. I tell you, I've never had so much room on this workbench. Right, we use that as a holder. Right, quick bit of tea. Right, here's the model gamer. How's Howard. But it does give me an excuse to use
Dash.
Oops, wrong camera, that one. Thank you, Howard. So I now have the official dashed logo. Yeah, I'm not going to keep up with things. I'm going to try and get the try and get Rach to tell me if someone does something in chat. I've only been going 4 minutes. I haven't put a screw in yet, so you know. So let's have a look. So we need these two parts first, and we're going to secure those with 2 AP screws. Let's try and get them in the right way. So first screw going in. 4.5 minutes into the stream. Now, I did plan on getting this started by 9 o'clock, and it's just 9 o'clock, so that's brilliant timing, I think. So that's in there. Then what do we need? So they are going in here. Which way around? These are not marked. They tell you 1D, 1E, but they don't mark the part. It's not helpful. Okay, it only fits that way around. But you're not going to see that bit, are you? Okay. Right, we're going to use 2 AM screws for that. Let's take that one out as well. I'm sure you literally will not see that. Oh, thanks to Ian over at Pitstain Hobbies. Got me one of these, a little Christmas present. Right, what did I say? AM screws. I almost need someone here reading out chat as I'm doing this, you know. on, Todd, do every single build. I'm sure you're struggling with ones you currently have. Yeah, just the wires would probably take you 24 hours, to be fair, on that one. This one does have electrics, but not much. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. I think lighting and sound is about as far as it gets on this one. See, I've said about, obviously, simple build. When I said about this, people said, oh, what builds could you get done within 24 hours easily? And I'm thinking, well, surely the challenge would be to not do one that you know can be done in 24 hours easily. So I've got the Subaru logo there. That's going to go in like that. And we've got 2 BM screws for that one. Now, I might start off in this instructional style. Can't guarantee that's how I'm going to finish. So, that's in there like so. Now, I thought this might have been a decal, but it's actually a sticker. Try and get this sort of lined up. There we go. Right, and that's all there is to do in step 1. Hooray, step 1's done. Cheer, hooray. No, it's not. I missed a bit. Missed a bit already. I almost forgot this bit. So, this is going to go on the front here. And we're going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 CM screws for that. Okay, that's not fitting. I need to undo that one. Loosen it a bit. Nope, still not fitting. These holes don't line up. Let's try these centre ones first. That's better. Go from the centre outwards. Still don't think this one's going to line up. This one might if I stretch it. This can only go on one way. Stage 1 already got problems. Right, got that one in. It's in at an angle, but it's in. And that one's gone straight in. That one I'm sure I'm not going to be able to get in at all. It just is not lined up at all. That one's in fine. I will try. Oh, I think it went in. It's gone in. It's in. It's at an angle, but it's in. I'd prefer it to have gone the other way, but let's just tighten up that one. It's in. Right, excellent. Now, one thing to note, I don't actually know how long these microphones last. I've got another one already charged up, so if I suddenly disappear from voice, shout in the chat and I'll switch microphones. Yeah, I saw Jordan have some issues with the suspension on this one. Ah. And there we go, there's the comment about Jordan. Hey, Mr. Tamiya. Now, if you do pop in and I miss you, then I do apologise. But I don't even know how many people are in here at the minute. I haven't actually got that stat up. Why's the mouse not working? Mouse has decided to not work. There we go, now it's working. There we go, that's better. I can actually see what's going on now. Yeah, normally I have the dashboard on here, but I just hadn't opened that one up yet this morning. Right, as it goes out now, tablet's decided it's not going to show anything. Okay, fine, I can do it on one screen. Now I'm really going to struggle with keeping up the chat if I've got to do it on the other screen. Right. Sorry, just rearranging my screens a bit. It's, there we go. Yeah, that's annoying. The second screen decided to not work. See if I can get it working. Because it's kind of a little bit invaluable at times. Because the laptop's over that way, but it's quite far over that way. I might end up restarting the tablet if it's going to not play up, or it is going to play up, I should say. Right, let's give it a go. Right, let's see if it lasts. Right, so that is definitely all there's to do in stage one with that piece in place. Now we're probably not going to be using it for a while, so I'm going to put it safely to one side. And then we'll get out the parts for stage two. So that's stage three. So it's got to be this one, isn't it? It's a wheel we're building. Stage two. Put all that lot to one side. Is there a right and a wrong way for these tyres? Doesn't look like it. That is a solid tyre. Let's work out whether I'm going to need some hot water for it, which I do have, so not a big deal. Now I know Jordan put one of these brake discs backwards as well, so I'm going to try not to do that either. Right. Oh, that just slots in. I was a little bit worried then. I might need hot water. That is an absolutely solid tyre. But it's clearly made to a specific size, which is great. Then we need to put this in. We've got a couple of keyways. I still got it wrong. Goes that way around. Okay, now I'm not going to pop that. Right, okay, let's see if I can pop this one in first. Nope. Is there a right and a wrong way, front and back to this tyre? Okay, it seems to fit in nicely on that one. Maybe there is a right and a wrong way around them for these. Hey Mark! Right, what am I securing this with? DM screws. Seems to have a ton of DM screws. Now, obviously, I've got all the screws laid out individually here. The IXO collection does give you a box. Gives you one of these with all these little individual ones. There's not enough slots in these to house every screw, and the amount of DM, EM, HM, IM, and LM screws that are here, I think they would fill more than one of these pots. So that's why I've done it like this. I need 3 DM screws. Start to wonder where I needed some hot water for this. Ah, I still put it the wrong way around. Right, line them up that way. Yes. I wonder if I should just break out the other wheels now. Come here. I think hot water would have made it a little bit easier, but can do it without. One wheel. Excellent. Right, so now we need to create a brake disc. Start with that one. Now I don't know if there's a right and a wrong way. Okay, they are different patterns. Am I going to be able to tell which one's which from the picture? Yes, that looks like 2H and that one's 2G. So we want 2H first, making sure that keyway lines up. I assume I need to make sure that keyway lines up anyway. So 2H going that way with the detail on the outside. Does it matter on those ones? Again, they're opposite. Can I tell which one's which on this picture? No, too dark. But surely that's going to go that way. They're gonna, I'm assuming they're gonna marry up. Will they marry up or will they go back to back? They're going to go back to back, aren't they? So assuming that they're going to match those grooves and which way they're going, it's going to go that way. And if it's wrong, you're not going to see it. Then that goes on top like that. And then we've got 2 BP screws to hold that together. Probably. Right, is that going to go? Oh, I think it needs to go the other way because that's not going to hold that on. It must come from the other side. Actually, maybe I've got that the wrong way around because. Aha! Oh, I've got it the wrong way around, even though the picture. I've done it to the picture, okay. I worked out which way these grooves are going, but it's actually made it. They've made it idiot-proof. That's what they've done. Have they made it idiot-proof? Got holes there. No holes. But that's got 2 pegs on it. Screws have got to go through this somewhere, haven't they? Where are those 2 pegs going to line up? Ah, they're going to... Are they going to line up? Aha! Right, they're going to push together, I'm sure of it. Wayne, you might have had a good intention of throwing away the instructions. And then that's going to go and line up that way. There we go. That's how it goes together. And then we need 2 BP screws to go through there. Hey Kevin and Mary. One. And 2. So there we are. I can understand how Jordan managed to get that back to front, because it's not the easiest thing to go together. I looked at the pictures of which way these things were going, and yeah, it's wrong. And believe it or not, we're now on to step 3. So I'm just going to place that in there for a minute, keep it safe. And I'll put it to one side. Right, stage 3, where are we? Looking for suspension parts. Right, and that little hub, remind me when I'm looking for it, that little hub is in my pot. Right. So, I suppose the next question is like, do I get through the entire string without slicing my fingers open with a scalpel? I managed to do it the other day with a screwdriver. And I have put fresh scalpel blades on here as well. Actually, not that one. That's not a fresh one. Right. And my tablet's still not going to play, so I've now got to have chat on that screen. Welcome, Wayne. You now get all the member benefits of early videos and some behind the scenes stuff. You can actually see the workshop in chaos, actually. That's the recent stuff that I've been doing. Mainly to make room for this. Thanks, Bergdis. I'm glad you're on hand, double checking. Alright, got some tiny parts in this one. Right. Use my screwdrivers as a wedge for the book. Right, so that's going into there, like so. Then we have this piece, and that's going to go that looks like it's got to go on there. Or have I got another piece like that? No. But it can't if that piece is there. That piece got to go out the back like that. Should have paid more attention to Jordan's video. Yes, that's the way it goes. We can see it further in the instructions actually. Why didn't they show it that way round for the instructions? Look, the instruction, they've got it laid both flat. Why couldn't they have just said, it needs to be twisted? And go out the back like that. Right, we need 2 DM screws either side of that. Should get someone to tally up all the screws that I'm going to be using. A lot is a short answer, I think. It's not going in. That seems really, really tight, but it looks the same as the picture. These are not lining up. Maybe I'll try getting top screw in. That one's gone in. Now I'll probably do most of this stream with the top camera. I do have side camera as well, but I don't know how much you can see of that. Let's wiggle it around a little bit. And yeah, so let's go back to that one for a minute. At least with the top camera, I can always zoom it in if need be. Right, that's definitely not lined up. But I'm hoping with that screw in, I will be able to get it to line up. There's 2 screws in. And hopefully I can use that as a bit of a hinge. Perfect. Hey, that worked. Right, so that's now in there like so. And then we need to create a hub. That's going to go through like that. Does it go in? Does it go through or does it go in? I think it goes in. Ah, there we go. Actually goes in. What do you reckon? Does that go through or go in? It fits in nicely, like that. But I'm almost sure that I saw Jordan push it through. That looks like it will seat there. Right, what's the consensus? Push it through or put it in the end? I think it sticks out too far if it goes in the end. And it doesn't look like the picture. I'm going to push it through. This is a slightly rubberized part, so it's got a bit of flex to it. It's not plastic. Let's use the vise. And no, I'm not using the vise to squish it in. I'm using the vise as a bit of a gap so I can use a hammer. Nope, still not going through. There isn't a keyway to this, is there? No. Let's use a bit of oil. If in doubt, lube it up. Oh, that's worked very well. Why didn't I oil it at first? Should have oiled it the first time. Right, let's just grab a bit of paper towel and just wipe off the excess oil. Perfect. Yeah, not quite sledgehammer, but it worked. Bit of oil. Thanks, Berg, this. I thought this actually made chat disappear after a certain amount of time, so that's obviously not working. Right, so that's like that now, only that little boot sticking out. I remember Jordan having some issues with trying to get that to go through. So now, that's going to go in this side. Do we glue that in, or is that just a press fit? Looks like just a press fit. I'm assuming there isn't a right or wrong way for that. Doesn't look to be anyway. And then we need to, that way up, we need that piece that's going to go on there. And then we need this piece. That's going to go on the top like that and have a CP screw. CP? That's metal, isn't it? Or is that plastic? Okay, the centre part might be plastic, I don't know. It says CP screw, so I use a CP screw. Try and get this the right way around. It's going to be like that. Oh, did I miss something? Thank you, David. I get to use this again.
Dash.
Keep pressing the wrong button for the camera. Thank you, David. Really appreciated. Right, is that looking like the picture? No, because I've put that on backwards, but I can twist it, that's fine. Right, next we need the spring to go on there, and then this piece is going to go and lock in there. It's actually the same as what we did with the Skyline build. Same makeup, where it needs to twist and latch. Problem is this bit twists. There we go. That's now latched, like so. Put that there for a second, and then we need this piece. Now I try not to do what I did with the first Super one, which is actually put this back to front. Alright, so we've got this tiny little linkage. It's going to go on there like that. I'm going to use a DM screw for that one. And then we have this one, which looks like it's going to go this way around. Is it universal? Looks like it is. But it's going to go off that direction. And then we need a BM screw for that one. your BM screw. Now let's see whether we can get that to go through that part as well. Need to tighten up that screw. So that's in there, and then we need to take this part, now this way around, and we've got another BM screw to secure that together. Again, apologies if I'm missing loads of chat. The tablet's decided it's not going to work, or not stay working, so I've got to rely on the laptop screen to steal chat. Well, if I did skip some steps, then I'm just doing the Walk Wise version then. I think I'm right. So I've built that bit. CP screw, spring, cup. Yeah, then put that to one side. Build this part up, and then this part's going to be attached to that in a second. I think I'm right, Howard. Thanks, Bagdas. Stop making me paranoid. Yep, I think it's going to be a long day, but it will answer the question whether you can actually do one of these in a day. Well, if you're checking the instructions as well as me, then hopefully it'll be a good day and it won't go wrong. But you're only here to see it go wrong. I know that. It's the same reason we watch Wayne. That goes... Does that have a keyway? It doesn't have a keyway. But that looks like it's got a keyway. Oh, it goes on the bottom. It goes on that one. With an EM screw. And it goes that way. Definitely that way. This is what you don't see in my build videos, like me just like moving parts around to make them look like the picture. PH1 for that one. I'll have to note how many times I use the PH0 screwdriver to the PH1 screwdriver. Because if Mike gives everyone a PH0 screwdriver, but you're using PH1 more, then maybe I'll end up saying to him that it might be better off giving everyone a PH1 screwdriver. Or maybe you can do both. Maybe I'll suggest that to him. And obviously, if you do want to get one of these for yourself, Mike does quite a few of the partwork models that you can buy all in one go. And links are in the description. And obviously, along with that, you can get yourself a pixel mat and all sorts. Right, so that's in the right way around. That sits like that. Well, that's what they're showing in the picture anyway at the minute. We need the brake caliper. That's actually a metal brake caliper. And then we've got this tiny little piece that's going to push into there. Yeah. As I said, Mike has partly sponsored this build, so he is going to get quite a lot of mentioning. So, apologies for that. Have I put that on the wrong side? Nope. Why doesn't it look like the picture? Oh, they changed this caliper. They've changed the style of the caliper from what the picture shows. That's why I'm getting confused. So it should be that way around, I think. And that way. Look, they've changed the style. And then they've got it that style on that one. So that's pointing in the right direction. There you go. So as well as maybe not clear pictures, they'll end up changing pictures halfway through. Where does this even fit? So that's that way around. Two DM screws. I'm going to secure it somewhere. I know, one DM screw. So that's going to go on there. Yes, it's going to go on there. And it's going to go, yeah, that way around on there. Got that little washer left over. I'm assuming that's for the wheel. That I need to keep safe somewhere. Right, what did I say? DM screw. Yeah, so for the minute, I've turned off the noise cancelling on the microphone because I've noticed that when I did the Batmobile video, it seemed to stop recording my voice. I might just try turning the noise cancellation on and we'll see what happens. If I suddenly go mute, then it's the noise cancelling not picking up my voice. Let me just see if I remember how to do that. Right. So that should now be noise cancelling on. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. I'm still going to blame Ian if it all goes wrong. And that's Ian at Pitstain Hobbies. He suggested these mics when I was thinking about longevity of this stream. Right, so that's now attached there. I'm surprised it's only attached by one screw, to be fair. But that's in there. And that's all there's to do in that stage. Right, small parts I'm going to put in my tray. So hopefully I won't get them lost. And obviously, these sort of things would be brilliant for that, for the pixel mat. Obviously, doing this. Obviously, the pixel mat, the other thing is, I didn't show you, but on the sides they've got handles. So if you had this on your dining room table sort of thing, you could use it as a build mat, and then when the wife's moaning at you that you're building on the dining room table, you can just move it to one side. Right, so we need stage 4 now. And is stage 4 in this box? could just look at the instructions to find out that information, but it is. Yeah, let me know if you still pick up the hot water in the background. It's not going at the minute. Quite a few metal parts there. See, I never actually put a toilet in this place, so I'll have to run to the house every so often. Yeah, well, I did. Mainly because it confused me. They did that in the Super build, didn't they? They changed the steering wheel style. Not steering wheel style, the steering linkage. Oops. That'd just be a naked gun thing. I don't actually know. This probably wouldn't reach to the house, to be fair, if I'm honest. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing now, Berg. I'm getting used to how these microphones work. I think by default they were on. And it's just a button on the microphone, you can turn them on and off, but it does seem to remember your last setting, which is good. Right, move those to one side. So we've got that little rack there. Then that's going to go on top like that. Is there a right and a wrong side for these? There probably is. Although to me, they look identical, so they're the same length, they look like the same, so they just go like that. They're not mirror images or anything, are they? Nope, I'd say they look the same, so they go that way. And we need 2 DM screws for that. DM screws seems to be the screw of choice at the minute. And just make sure that rack is pointing upwards. That's a good idea, David. Yeah, I guess that one, there's no way of power modding that, because obviously it runs around the place, doesn't it? Right, so we've got that going like that. Now we need these parts. So that one's going to go like that. Now what I will do, if I can find it to hand, there it is. Put a little bit of grease in there. And that will ensure that will turn nicely. And then same with this side. Right, so that's going to go in this one for a minute, like that. Just put a bit more grease on that collar, I think. Is it that way up? It is that way up. So make sure that grease is nicely worked in. Then we're going to take this. That's going to sit in that way up. Make sure that meshes nicely. Now if that does sit that way, now presumably there's going to be a sort of like a midpoint or setting for this. It looks about the middle. I think it looks the same in the picture. And then that's going to capture all of that. And I know that twisted. Right, can I do it the other way? Can I put that piece in there? And then put that piece on top? Yes. Hey, it works. Right, and then we need... Oh, we're not actually securing that together like that at the minute, so we just got to hold it in place. Oh, actually, that's actually that for that stage. And then stage 5 is where we're going to actually join this together. So that's going to fall apart again as soon as I let go of it. Right, stage 5. Right, I didn't actually need those DM screws at the minute. That was stage 5, wasn't it? Yeah. So we need this piece. I need to put these boots on the ends. Might do that in a minute. I'll do this bit first. Screw it together. Which way around is it? Oh, is that slot in? Oh, I see. That slot's in there. And then we need 2 FM screws to go through there. What I think is a spider sprue calls them radio screws. Right, that's in there, like so. Nice and tight. And then we need to put these boots on to get the right and the wrong way around. It looks like they do. I'm assuming the closed end. This is going to be a tight fit, isn't it? I might need to make those holes bigger. Why wouldn't we have put that on first? I suppose you can't because of the screw. These have two different holes. That's got a bigger hole. That's not going to go on there. That's also got to go over that, hasn't it? Yeah. So it's going to have the bigger hole going that way. We're going to have to make that hole bigger. Oh, I got it. I partly got it. There it goes. Excellent. That's on there. I've just got to do the same for this one. I'm sure this hole's smaller. Yeah, they seemed a good idea at the time. What am I in? An hour and 4 minutes at the minute. So we're just at stage 5. I don't actually know how many stages are in this. Obviously, some stages are going to be more complex than others. Right, the hot water is going now. Can you hear it? I'm going to put some oil on that. Yeah, it just slides over. It does not just slide over. I'm going to make that hole bigger. I'm sure of it. Put oil on this as well now. I got it. The oil helped. I wanted to try and do something witty like the 24 TV series. Like, the following takes place between but I couldn't think of something witty enough to go for it. Right, that one's got a little boot showing there. This one doesn't. Is that right? Oh, it's probably because the steering. Does that compress a little bit? Instructions aren't clear to say where that's meant to sit. I'm just going to leave it there. It moves. It's good enough. I'm assuming actually I might have pushed that on a bit too far. And I reckon that boot bit's meant to go over the top of that knuckle. It'll do. It'll do. Yeah, that's going to keep coming off, isn't it? Which is not something I want. So maybe that does actually go over that knuckle as well. Let's see if we can do that. I should have made the hole bigger. There we go. Right, so that knuckle is now through. That really limits the steering, doesn't it? But I don't even know if that's the right way around. I think we could... Oh, we can skip a gear or something, I think. If we really need to. Right, that'll do. Right. So now we've got that done. We need this one. that's that way around. And that's going to go like that. And then we've got 2 more FM screws. Thanks, Packardus. So it's right after step 5. There's only 105 to go then. Was that yes? You can still hear the hot water when it goes. And if that's the case, you can just get used to it. I'm not surviving this without tea. I've always said I could probably go days and days and days without food. Give me a couple hours without tea, you don't want to know me. There have been several times when Rach has gotten up after me, after I've got up, got grumpy, started doing some stuff around the house, or the kids have woken me up, or something like that, and I won't be very happy. And the first thing she says to me is like, "Have you had your morning cup of tea?" She always knows when I haven't. She also doesn't go and make it for me either. Well, not most times. I get in trouble with that. Right, DM screw going in there. And then I'm just got to make this the opposite way around, which I'm pretty sure is that way around. They've now got the picture with that pointing upwards, which does not make it easy for seeing it of which way around it's going to go. Right, we need 2 more BM screws for that. Alright, let's try and get this BM screw going through first. Get that to go in there. Oh, damn it. So the screw wasn't lined up, so you can see it's bent that. Ah, crap. Well, might have to glue that bit. Assuming this screw doesn't hold that piece in, which it might do. I think that will be good enough. There you go. First broken part. I might try and flip that around and see if I can get that screw to go in that other end a little bit tighter. We can just say that's had a bit of a rough rally stage. True. How long have we been together now? And you still can't make my tea right. It's just not possible for her. That's why she's a coffee drinker, to be fair. I was thinking you were going to say some very weird cup of tea then, or coffee. Right, then that piece is going to go there. And we need another BM screw for that one. I should have been more careful with that because that almost happened on one of the other builds that I've done. I think the Batmobile. If you don't get your screw perfectly lined up. In fact, let's take that out of there. Let's try and avoid a second disaster. I think I can get away with it on that one, but I probably wouldn't have been able to on this one. Tell you what, it's actually not going through this bit. I think that was the cause of the problem. Right, let's see if that's any better. Which way around was it? That way around. There we go. Right. Disaster semi-averted, I think. I do have some super glue. I'm just wondering if I want to super glue that screw on that one, just to make sure. Right, I know I've got super glue, but now I can't find it. It's not where I thought it was. Where's the glue gone? Right, I think I'm just going to leave it without gluing it. I thought it was on the workbench, ready to go. I've got Tamiya extra thin, but that's not going to work. What happened to my super glue? Aha, found it. Just going to put a little bit on there so it's only gluing the screw to that metal part, because I'm sure this probably still need to move at some point. I've only put a little bit on there, hopefully just so it doesn't fall off. Right, so we need to attach that to this. It's going to go on this side. One way round or another. Let's fold that up like that. That comes round like that. That goes like that. Oh, I see. I see how it goes. You've got a BM screw going in there. And a DM screw going in there. So let's do the BM screw first, because I think that's going to be the safer option. So I don't think that screw is going to make too much difference. What screw did I pick up? The BM screw. That's going to go in there. Let's just try and get that to go in straight as well. Right, that's got to go that way around. Right, that's in there. And then we flip that around there and get a DM screw in that one. And I like what Spider Sprue calls these ones as well. Danger Mouse screws. Oh, what did H do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, congratulations for putting up with me for that long. I can barely put up myself for that long. Have I put that? That is the way around. It looks like the picture. Although, it does look like that should be more this way. Does that move? I suppose that just moves with the linkage, doesn't it? Yeah, it'll do. I'm going to leave it alone. Leave it alone. Otherwise you're going to break it. Right, then we're going to take this one and we're going to attach it to the other side. Now, it's just going to be a case of mirror image. So that over there, that in there, and we've got the BM screw first. Yep, that is true, but I don't know if you get the same caffeine hit with tea and coffee though, because I think they obviously measure it by gram. I think obviously the tea leaves, and obviously the coffee beans. The coffee beans are ground up, and that actually gets dissolved. So I don't know whether you do get more caffeine when you drink coffee. Is that going to line up? I think it is. Excellent. That way up. See, I'm sure doing all the suspension bits and things like that, that's going to be the fiddly and complex bit. But there are also some large bits to do further down the line, like the bodywork and things, where I'm sure there's probably not going to be much to do. There's a DM screw, wasn't it, for that one? Yeah. because most of these part works, you know, there's always a stage where you think, well, that didn't need to be a stage. That could have been a footnote. Right, so we've got that in there. We need our brake disc and our wheel. So that's going to go in there. It says about putting the keyway that way, but really all that is just a keyway for the wheel. Then the wheel goes on. Like that. And then we need a HM screw. I'm assuming... Do we not need the washer that we had? We had this little washer. I'm going to use it. It's not pictured. HM screw, yeah? Yeah, it's not actually pictured really. Oh wait, 3N. Maybe that is what 3N is, the washer. I take it back. It's not pictured, but it does say 3N, which I'm pretty sure was the washer. Right, so we've got the wheel in there. It doesn't rotate that freely, but I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. I'm not going to be driving this around the dining room table. And that's all there's to do in that stage. So it's stage 6 now. Just have a cup of tea and get on to stage 6, which is basically the same makeup as this one. So we've got to do the other brake disc and suspension struts, etc. Stage 6. Now, I don't think that's in this pack, is it? Number 6, refer to pack 10. So let's find pack 10. Which I've stupidly covered with a load of rubbish. Like all the bits that the pixel maps came in. What I should have done is lay the packs out. Right, where's pack 10? That's pack 3. Pack 2. Oh, is pack 10 on the clear bits? Yes, of course it is. So, that's pack 10. Right, pack 10. Let's just clear a little bit more space. And then I can put it to one side. The longer workbench space is definitely helping with this. Right, so we need that. Now the question is, now that I've already done one of these, am I going to be quicker building this one? Right, I think that's all the parts we need. Right, I'll start off with a brake disc. And I now know how they go together. So I don't need to look at the instructions for it, he says. Like that. We have that piece. That piece is going to go that way round. That piece is going to go on there. That piece on there. That piece on there with the detail facing outwards. And we need some BP screws. And the keyway is all the same way up. Excellent. That was definitely quicker than the first brake disc. And the detail plates are the right way up. Right, now we can put that to one side and concentrate on the suspension. Now we had several pictures making this first time, now we've got just one. And they actually now have this pictured that way, which makes a lot more sense. They could have done with that picture the first time around. So that's going in there. We need a CP screw for that one. Yeah, I think that's what the wife does wrong. She doesn't brew it long enough. Get milky hot water most of the time. And she'd be the first to admit that, so I shouldn't get in trouble for saying that. Shouldn't, but... Thanks, Bag. There's a worked it out. And now I'm behind on chat. Oh, come on then, what's Mark said? Man who's lost his ears in a freak accident has had an operation having 2 pig ears grafted on in place. The operation was a success and the man can hear, though it's experienced a lot of crackling off. It didn't ask me to put the hub on the wheel, I don't think. No, it has not asked me to put the hub on. So I have not done that. Right, we've got the spring going on, we've got that piece going in there. That's going to clip like that. And that's the first picture done. Then we need this piece, and that's going to go on there that way around. I had so much difficulty with that first one. Look how that slides on there. DM screws. Need 4 of those. that's really what's going to add the time, I think, if there's any problems. And I guess partly understanding the instructions as well. Because look at how quickly this has gone together compared to how long it took me to do the first one. But one, that's understanding how it goes together, and two, how easy that has actually gone on there. I think the other one must have been a little bit bent, so it was too tight. What are we at? Hour and a half. Not too bad. I have to say, this little laser mug is brilliant. It keeps your tea hot. So, if Trotec Lasers sees this video, thank you very much for the mug. Right, so now we've done that, we need to push this through here, and I'm going to use a bit of oil, because that helped the first time round. Oh, come on. Right, where's the hammer? No, hammer's not working. There it goes. Yeah, it's in. That is a really, really tight fit. Got this little tiny piece. That's going to go into there. And then we're adding that to this hub. I'm sure the other one went in further than that. Yeah, maybe not. Don't know. Oh, I've put it in the wrong side. I'm sure I've put that in the wrong side. Need some bigger pliers, I think, to get that out. It's meant to go in that side. I thought that felt a bit tighter than the first one. In fact, actually, that's really, really loose. No? Should I glue that? I think I should glue it. I'm going to put a bit of glue on it. I don't think that thing doesn't need to spin, does it? No. Otherwise, I think it's going to fall out. It's only going to have a drive shaft going into it, so that should be fine. Right, so with that in there, we then need to take this piece, and that's going to go on there. We're going to use a DM screw for that one. I'm really liking the oil dispenser. So much better than my previous system, which was a WD-40 pot lid. And the amount of times that I'd put a screw in here and it'd fall off in it, absolute nightmare. Right, so that's that way, that's pointing upwards. Make sure that's actually in properly. And then we can add that to this. And that's going to go on there. No, I just added the steering linkage in there. Should I have screwed that steering linkage together? Because I put that wheel on. Yes, I should have put a GM screw in that steering linkage. So that wheel's going to have to come off, because I'm not going to be able to get a screw in there. But I'll do this side first. So that's going to go on there. That's going to go like that. We've got EM screw there, a GM screw there. So let's do the EM screw first. And then what did I say? A GM screw. Right, so that GM screw's in there. Before I go any further, I'll take the wheel off. Come on. There you go. Grab another GM screw. And we'll get that steering linkage attached. Come on. My screwdriver's losing its magnetism. Right, so that's back on there. I'll break this back in. Put our wheel back on. And then I'll screw back in. Right, there we go. Now we need to create another wheel. The brake disc will also go on here. So put that in place, and then we'll create our other wheel. Try and grab the washer. You have a washer. Am I missing a hub? Don't know. This pack 10 has actually got 2 wheels in it, but only 1 hub. So I don't know if I'm missing one. There doesn't seem to be a space for it, to be fair. So I don't know. Right, was there a right and a wrong way for these? Because it seemed like it with the first one. this front piece seemed to fit in better one side than the other. Right, line this up properly this time, that way around. Come on, spin. There we go, that's together. What was it, DM screws for that one. You need 3 of those. Thank you, David. It's progressing. Now, obviously, it's never going to be a quick build. So, what are we up to? Almost 2 hours, and we've got the front suspension done. Right, so now we need to put this wheel on here. Washer, and it was HM screw. Let's use my PH1 screwdriver for that. Oh, there we go. That doesn't feel like it's on properly. That's better. Right, so that's the front subframe done, pretty much, I think. It looks like now we're going to be moving on to the engine. And again, weren't asked to put that in. What is that part anyway? That's called 7D. Yeah, definitely doesn't show 7D going in. So I'm going to put this sub-assembly to one side. So, stage 8. Is that in this box? Looks like it is. Stage 8. Few chunks of metal there. Right, we're going to start off with this part, which is the gearbox, I believe. That's going to go that way up. And we've got 2 IM screws for that one. need to remember to remove these chat messages. I thought I had it set so they would disappear, but clearly not working. Yeah, we don't really have that problem in the UK. Well, maybe in Scotland, but definitely not down in Plymouth. Oh, I completely missed out step A, which was this piece. So let's do step A before we go any further, which is that way up, and that's going to go into that hole there, and we have an AP screw to hold that in place. You might need to remind me at stage 10 then, if that is stage 10. Then we need this piece. That's going to go into there. Right, that was stage A. B was put that on. And now we need these two pipe connectors. And we've got one going in here, going off that way. We need a JM screw for that. Move it around that way a bit, looks like the picture. And then this one is going just here, going the opposite way. And we have this pipe that's going to go on here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a bit of hot water on the end of this pipe because that makes it really easy to put them on. So you put them in some hot water, it will help the rubber expand, and then as it cools it will contract and then hold it on there, and then you don't need glue. Or most of the time you don't need glue anyway. Just depends on how tight they are compared to the nipple. Right, next we've got to make, I'm assuming, an exhaust manifold. And they've given you the end picture. And it's like Krypton Factor, you've got to try and work out how that goes together. that looks like the picture. So that's how it's going to go. Secure it together with DP screws. Thanks, Bergdis. I got it. I did almost forget. It's done. I was just instinctively put that in oil, but this is actually a plastic part. Right, so that looks like the picture, and that's actually the end of stage 8. So we've got a few spare parts at the moment. So where's stage 9? Looks like 9 is in pack 10, which I've got next to me, which is great. Some more metal parts. Just trying to grab all the parts out of the pack. Which I think that's all of them now. So we're starting off with this piece and these two end pieces. And they're going to go in there and there. And we've got 2 IM screws in each side of those. Let's put that screwdriver. I keep trying to pick that one up and it's a whole screwdriver. One, 2, 3, 4. If you say so, Bergdis, I'll go with that. I know what a boxer engine is, to be fair. But as for the actual engine name, no idea. What I said in the beginning of the magazine, to be fair, beginning of the book. Right, we're going to flip that over that way. And we've got these little blue pipes that are going to go in here. They will go in here. It does go in that one, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, I've got a DM screw to go in there as well for some reason. we really need that? Okay, I'll do that in a second. Thick and a thin end of this pipe. There is a thick and a thin end. That's just going to fall out. Which end am I meant to put in? Are these the same? They're not the same. Trying to work out which one I need. It's K, which I think is this one. So that's going to go in there. So that's definitely the right one that goes in there. And that's never going to stay in there. Tiny bit of glue. And then we need a DM screw to go in that hole there, apparently. I'm sure I've not put anything on top of there to hold it in place, have I? Oh, wait a minute. Should I put something in place first? Yes. I'm sure Berg does this furiously typing away, telling me I've done it wrong. And she'd be right. I've worked it out. That's why that was so loose. And then turn it around, and then we have this piece. I'm sure it's this piece. It's going to go there. Do you have a screw for that one? Okay, yeah, screw. Where's that screw go? It goes in there. And then this pipe. I'm not sure there's a right and the wrong way around on this one. I'm going to go with the thinner end going in because that's going to fit in there. It's tighter, but I might still glue that. Right, there we go. Then we got this. That's going to go into that point there. That's a nice tight push fit. Put it to one side and then bring this part over. And with it that way around, we have this piece that's going in there. Now this is plastic. Both these parts are plastic. We need an EP screw for that one. We've got a ton of EP screws as well. Yeah, I don't think the magazine or instructions should say how many screws there are. It says over 859 pieces. But I don't know if they count screws on that. Put that to one side. Now we need... Oh, I see. Actually, we do need that part still. Because we need to use that part to put this part together. That's going to slot in like that. And then we've got a cover to go over the top of that. and then another EP screw will secure that together. Like so. Then bringing over this piece, this is going to go this way around. And sit on top there, and then we've got 2 AP screws to secure that from the other side. Actually got 4, 2 on each side. But again, I'm sure the engine's going to be a complex part to build up. But we're going to get to like bigger parts. And pack 2 and pack 3, they're huge boxes. So I can only assume they've got some pretty large parts in them. Why is that not lining up? Do I have to force it? Definitely got that the right way around, haven't I? Nope, I've got it the wrong way around. That's why it wasn't fitting as nice as I'd expected it to. Wait a minute. Something's not the right way around. Oh, I see what I've done. That should be in this end. And then that made me get this bit the wrong way around. Maybe I should be taking pictures as I go and send them all to Todd. Say, here, do a website. Right, so that's actually got to go in this side, just there. That's really loose. Like ridiculously loose, so that's definitely getting glued in. How have I managed to get glue on that part of my fingers? Just glued the middle parts of my fingers together. Shouldn't be trusted with glue. Shouldn't be trusted with my own ideas like about 24-hour builds. Right, so that's going to go that way around. So that's still on that side, but this then still goes this way around with that part facing me, which was correct originally. It just happened to have that bit on the wrong way around, which made the metal part the wrong way around. Right, so that's going to go in there like that. Still doesn't seem to be a very good fit, to be fair, but that's definitely the right way around. Yes. And that looks like the picture. Just checking. Yeah, I'm sure that's right. I think maybe they're just a bit tight in there and they're not perfectly aligned. I think that's the problem. Does that look like the picture? Yes. So there's that gap. I don't think they can go on the other way around. I don't know if I'm happy with that or not. Are they identical? I don't think they are. That's sort of in line with that. And that looks like it's in the center, so I'm going to go with that for now. But we'll see what happens. If anything goes wrong with this going forward, it's probably because I've got those in the wrong way around. That's all I can think of. But it looks like the picture. I'm sure that's right. Just they didn't seem to fit in very nicely. But that's actually all there's to do in stage 9. So now on to stage 10. And stage 10, I think, was actually in this box. Not many parts in stage 10. Don't forget those parts. So taking this piece first, and this bracket, that goes that way around, and we've got a DM screw to hold that in place. Put that to one side, and then we've got this piece to create. We have that piece, that's that way around, that's going in there. I've got an FP screw to secure 2 of those in place. FP. Fiddly bit. That doesn't screw too well. Right. I'll try and get that really pushed down into there. That's better. Did consider just putting super glue on that. But yeah, it's gone in. I don't have a screw go. Right, I think how which way around it is in a minute. I can twist it. Just want it to go in. Right, I think it's in. Still tempted to glue it. Right, leave that out for a minute. Then we need this piece, which is just going to push on like that. And then we've got these two tubes, and again I'm just going to put them in a little bit of hot water. So they look like that. And then we need to take this piece, so it looks like it's just going to sit in that little recess just there. There's no nipple for it to go into. Right, so that's going to go into that hole there. Oops. Come on. Right. That's in there. So you should be the other one I'm doing first, but it doesn't make much difference. I think these are both the same anyway. Yeah. Wait, something's not making sense. Did I have that in the right hole in the first place? I think I had that in the right hole, you know. And now I've put it in the wrong hole. And I glued it. Didn't put too much glue on it, so hopefully I can get that out. Which means I've got to take that out again and turn it around. That should be in this hole. Ah. Right, let me go back. Have I got those on the wrong way around? No, that is meant to go in that hole. Right, help. Look. That is that way round. And I'd moved that to that hole. Like that picture shows. Come to this picture. And it shows it. On that piece. Which is that piece. Where is that filler meant to go? Where did I put it in originally? That one. That is in the wrong place on that one. Surely. So, right. So that is in the right place. I'm sure of it. And then that hole is for this piece. Okay, thanks Howard, thanks Berg this. Who said these instructions weren't clear? You saw they clearly moved that filler. Right, so that goes in there. And then this just sort of sits in there. Like that. Like that. Does show it go under that blue connector, so let's do that. Right. That's in like that. Not sure that's in fully now. It's in enough. Right. Does that look like the picture? That one. That one. Yes. And that's that way round, matching up with that end there. Right. Okay. We're good. Right. Now we need... looks like we need the front assembly again. Right. Front subframe. Okay. Thanks, Howard. It just goes to show that I'm sure the people that design these and how they go together are not model makers. Right, so we need this way around. We need this piece. And that's going to go through that hole. Really? No. Really? Does that actually go through there? Doesn't fit. That's the right way. Yeah, I've got it that way up. It looks like it goes underneath this bar. Does that go through there? Oh, okay. Use a force. It's like plastic. If I break it. What a stupid way of doing it. Wait a minute. I've got a better way of doing it. Does it have to go through just the one? Yeah. Ta-da! The question is, can I get the screw in? Can I get that to be a line and get the screw in? Well, I can if I take the wheel off. Come on, off you come. Right, where's that screw I need? we go. That's easier. Just had to take the wheel off. I lost the screw. That was an HM screw, wasn't it? Black bit on stage F. Thank you, Bagdes. That's that piece that's going to go in there. Need a DM screw for that one. I hope you got the coffee on, Bagdes, because I might need you for the 24 hours. Right, there we go. So that's in there. And now we can go back to this one. Now we've got that through there. That's definitely the right place. Looks like we need to have it this way up. And then we'll have this piece through there. Oh, wait a minute. No, I've completely skipped a stage. That's what I've done. All right. Move that to one side. We need that. We need that. That's going to go on there. Got a keyhole pattern on that. Then we have this piece. Going in like so. Then we can bring this piece over. That's then going to sit on there. And then using this piece, it's going to sandwich together. Like that. And then we need a BP screw to secure that together. BP screw. I haven't watched all of Jordan's last video. I don't know if he's actually got this to this point. I know he was working on the front assembly. Right, so that's in there like that. And now we're back to the gearbox and this piece. And that is going to go in there, in and that way around. And that's just a push fit on there. And that is all there's to do in that stage. Right, so that's 10 stages down. And right now, I'm going to go for a couple-minute break. So I will be right back. So it's probably going to be about 5 minutes or so. So I'll see you shortly. and a back. She doesn't need to. The beauty of the workshop is I've got the facilities here to do it. So I've got a fridge for milk. I've got a hot water urn, which you've heard in the background. So, yeah, don't need to. Right, so I got parts to stage 11 here. Now, we'll see, only 10 stages into this, got another 100 to go, as Howard pointed out. But it gives you no sense of time of how long this is going to take, because you get some stages, as you've seen, that are like super quick stages, and then some that are really complex. So there really is no judging how this is going to go. Right, so we're going to start off with this piece and this piece. That's going to go there, and then we've got a DM screw going through the middle. How tight is that going to be? Tight-ish, I guess. I think I've put that the right around. Then we need this piece. Is it this piece? Or was it the gearbox? Gearbox. That's going to go in like so. And we need an LM screw for that one. Again, got an abundance of LM screws as well. We actually got 27 different types of metal screws, because they ran out of letters, and we've had to have an AAM screw as well. Didn't have as many plastic screws. Right, then we've got this piece that's going to go just there, which is going to be held in place by 2 DM screws. One. Oh, and I found the HM screw I dropped that came out of the wheel. I'm assuming that they do like all part works, and we've got spare screws. But I did find it. Right, so that piece is in there like so. Then we need to switch to this piece. This is the annoying bit when you keep switching from part to part to part. And then you've got to try and keep up with what part it's actually telling you to work on. Right, so that's definitely that piece, I think. That's definitely that way up. It's got a locating peg on it. Or is it that piece? That's definitely that way up. Oh, I see. That's that. And then that is that. Aha, got you. I think. That locating peg doesn't line up. So is that one? Because that looks like it's that one. Right. Okay, that's that one. Just there was two holes there, so I was a bit confused. Thinking there was going to be 2 lugs there. And then this one goes into that one. And then locating peg goes on that one. And then that one goes in there, like that. That's how it goes. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 EM screws. And they're going to finish with an LM screw. So I don't get it wrong, I'm going to start off with the LM screw. Just found out that the wife's already shipped the kids off. So she's doing a house tidy reset whilst I'm out here chatting. It's quite funny because I don't think she realised there's a delay with YouTube. So while she's still watching me on her tablet, I'm walking in the door. I did consider trying to get some sort of set, like, well, I left my Android doing the job. Come on. That was an LM screw, yeah? Yeah, definitely an LM screw. And yes, I dumped it into oil. That seems like too tight a hole. Definitely an LM screw. I'm not sure that's right, you know. That just seems too tight. Hey, Mike. Cheers, John. An NM screw. The instructions do say LM. I'm going to go with your judgment, Bergdus. Seems to fit. But it definitely says LM. Don't tell me the online instructions say something different. I'm not looking at the online instructions. Right. Well, 4 EM screws are doing these parts, according to the instructions I have. Thank you, Bogdis. As my tablet's not working for the computer, maybe I should pull the instructions up on there. That might not be a bad shout, to be fair. Alright, 4 EM screws. And we need to flip it over that way. I've got an LM. Now, is that an LM screw? Let's try it. So it's going to be this piece. That's going to go in like that. That doesn't have a hole all the way for it. Right, that LM screw worked. That meant to be an angle. Then we need this piece. It's going to go this way up, this way around, and screw into that part with 2 also LM screws. No, not going to second guess everything. If it starts to be traumatic for the screw to go in, then I might check and then guess. So I can guess a little bit. But these LM screws are working fine. Not like that fake LM screw that was actually an NM screw. Right, so that's in there like so. And then we're flipping that over. Going to take this piece. That's going to go into there, and we're going to use an EP screw for that one. And then it looks like we're joining these 2 parts together. That's going to go through like that. And we've got an IM screw to go in the end there. All good, Mike? All good. And if I do struggle, I've got some backup. And so far, I've only broken 1 piece. Right, that doesn't seem to be sitting in there properly. Something's not quite lined up, I think. Or maybe that is just as good as it gets. Right, let's go with that. Right, that's screwed in there. Then we're going to take this piece, and that's going to sit over the top of there. Presuming it only goes one way around. And we got an HM screw for that one. Cheers, Mike. Appreciate it. I think everyone that was here at the very beginning was impressed with the pixel mat and the boxes that it comes in, and the poke mat. Now, I did say earlier that the pixel mat and the box, you get that with the little slicing card and the pen. Is that the only things that it comes with? And then everything else was the accessory pack. So like the little clips on the side and little trays, etc. Were they just for the accessory pack? That's what I said earlier. So hopefully I got that right. Oh, we've got a couple of DM screws to go in the side here. Not that I think it really matters. Our HM screws holding that in plenty good enough. So one on each side. And then we're moving on to what I believe is the alternator. We're going to need a couple of DP screws. Is there a right and a wrong way for this? There's definitely a right and a wrong way because it's offset. Just try to work out which way. Looks like it's going to go that way. Yeah, sure it's that way. Hey Kev, hey Mark. Yep, it's coming along really well at the minute. Couple issues along the way, but that's like with any build really. It's this part we need. And this is going to go mount just like that. And to do that, we need 3 BM screws. Right, so that is in there. Make sure they're all nice and tight. And that was actually all there was to do in stage 11, so on stage 12. Getting a multitude of spare parts now. So stage 12 is here. And we're almost at the end of this box actually, because the last thing for this box, this first pack, was stage 13. Right, so it looks like we're going to be continuing on from this part. And we need this piece. And that's going to go right through from the middle, it looks like. Let's grab a pair of tweezers. Right, now try and work out which way around that actually goes. Looks like it goes that way around. So that little nipple sort of sits up the top there. Actually, it might even go further than that, further around than that. Out there, I reckon. And then just holding that in the back there of my thumb. A little ring. It's going to go on like so. And then we've got the pulley to go on the front there. And we need a GP screw. I guess spider screw would call that a doctor screw. I don't know, actually, do you have GP in Germany? General practitioner? So that's in like so. Put that to one side, and grab that one. This one's got a keyway in it, so make sure that goes right around. It's got to go. Well, it looks like it just sits on there. Is that even the right piece? It's got to be the right piece. It's the only one I got. Oh, I just noticed I've got another pulley there. I'll put the right pulley on that one by some miracle. I think so. I think that was a spare part from one of the previous issues. Right. It's definitely this piece. Oh, okay, the keyway's just for that bit. And then that goes on there. And then we need an FP screw. Yeah, some of these instructions are definitely not that well laid out. Pulley on manifold. Pulley on manifold. Was that a previous instruction? I will check that. Ah, yep. So that needs to go there with a DP screw. Thanks, Bagdes. So the DP screw for the pulley on the manifold. Hey Ed. Right, so we're happy with that now. That pulley is in there. Done that bit. Just built that bit up. And then we need this piece and this piece. And we also need this piece, which might be screen wash filler, I don't know. That's going to go together like so. It's just got to push together. And then that's going to go in to there. That looks right. I'm guessing actually this might be the radiator. I don't know. But we put that to one side. Bring this piece back over. And the gearbox. That's going to mount like that with 2 IM screws. Why couldn't we mount that earlier? We had the parts. This always frustrates me with like part work builds. Like, well, we had this part, we had that part, we had that ages ago. Why couldn't we just screw it together? I missed stage D. This is stage D. This is step 12, D. Oh, I see what I mean. I see what you mean, yep. Something needs to go in there. That. I should screw that in with a GP screw. You didn't see this. I don't know which way around that's meant to go. I gotta put it in that way around. That might come back to bite me. Right. And then this is F. Yeah, so E was put those 2 screws in. And then F is this piece. It's going to go on top here. And then we're going to use 2 IM screws through there and there to secure that together. Not needed that part yet, have I? that's later. IM screws, I said, didn't I? 1, 2. Just had a pack of crisps. A pack of crisps, and got a fresh cup of tea. And as I say, I will be stopping for lunch. So the timer will still continue during lunch. Right, so that's those in there, and then we have this piece that's going to go on the front of this. See, if I'd secure that in place with the screw, I'd have to take it all apart again, but I've only glued it in, and it's the wrong way around. So if I take that out now, I can really push that in. I got away with it. None of those meddling kids. Right. So we've got 2 EM screws that's going to secure that on the front there. So I'll get those done, and then we'll worry about putting the pulleys and stuff on and the belt. See, this is just you now watching like the behind the scenes of me trying to assemble something and then realise, oh, I've missed a step, and then have to go back 2 steps. I had to do it with the Supra. If you saw Wayne's build of the Supra yesterday, yeah, must have been yesterday. He done the exact same thing I did. That's come out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to glue that in, aren't I? And had to backtrack and take the subframe back out because of the pipe, brake pipes. So that video will actually go out on Monday. Right, so that's on the front there. We need. Right, what's that piece for? Is that going to be the back of this, maybe? Don't know. Or have I missed that out from somewhere? Can't see that we've used it at the minute. Just checking. So I built that one up with the one with the keyway. Doesn't look like we've used that part at the moment. Oh wait, have they hidden it behind? Yes, they have. They have. So you can't just go by the picture. You've got to really look at the lettering that you're using. So that does go where I thought it would, which is there, and then that goes on there like that. And we've got a GP screw to hold that in place. So GP screw going in there. So that's 12C, EM, 12K, 12J, GP screw. That's all G done. And then H, we have this piece, and that's going to secure just there. And it's going to be secured with a JM screw. Welcome, Michael. You are now a member of the workshop crew. So you'll be able to see some of the behind the scenes videos that I was doing over the last week, sort of preparing for this stream actually. So with that in there, that's all we had to do on that one. And then I is just basically put the belt on. I think I need to tighten that up. The belt's pulling it out of alignment. It's quite a short belt, to be fair. Well, it's on there-ish. Probably won't see it much. It was a little bit twisted. It's a pity these pulleys don't twist very easily, because then that would straighten the belt out. Right, so that was I. That's the last bit of stage 12. So, 13, which is the last stage in this first pack. What have I done with my scalpel? I've lost it. I didn't put it back in the holder. There it is. And I have to thank Chris Hurst for this little holder. So it just lives there now. I don't like this. We've got tweezers. That usually means a fiddly part. Right, a few more metal parts. Right, put that all to one side. Put the tweezers over there. The beginning of this, we seem to have a picture for every single individual stage and part. Now, we seem to have multiple parts in one picture. There's no wonder I'm missing stuff. Right, so that's going to go into there. And we're going to use 2 NM screws for that. And then we need that to go in the end. With that pin. Yeah. Yep. So let's get the NM screws in first. I'll tell you what, Begdus, if you leave this stream, you're probably going to come back to a right mess where I've missed so many steps. Right, so that's in there. That goes into there, and then we've got this pin. And it's actually a bit bent. Oops. That's got to go through there. Like that. Probably tighten that screw up a bit actually. Right, put that bit to one side and then bring over this piece. And then we have that one and that one. Now, one is longer, one is shorter, as you can see. So longer one this side, shorter one this side. And we have 4 DM screws that we need to use for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got this one going in here. Does that only go one way around? Or is it just a tight fit? And I assume it actually just spins. I'm assuming what we're actually creating is a universal joint. Right, so that's in there like so. It does show it like that, but I'm sure that's a universal joint because we've got holes there and there. Right, then we need to bring over. I'll tell you what, some of these pictures, like, give me a really close-up picture. And I thought, what part is that? There's this part. So we've got 13C, which I think is these cups. No, because we only got one of those, I think. I think I should have 2 of these. Or is it these ones? Nope, they're 13B. Am I missing a part? Where's the packet in 13? Nothing left in the packet. I'm sure I should have another one of these. Someone rewind the stream. Did I have one? I've got 2 of those. Oh, they're different actually. Oh, wait a minute. Really? Right. Okay. Ignore that. So that's going to go on there. We're going to use an EM screw on there. We're going to do the exact same thing for the other side. Couldn't make that up, could you? Could have spent ages looking for that. Right, so that's those 2 in there. And then we've got another super close-up image. We have this long pipe, which is going to go from here. That's not long enough, surely. We've got a longer one. Let's see. Might need to just twist this around. In fact, actually, I can loosen that, can't I? Let's see if it'll fit. No, I can't twist that. It's actually keyed. Right, that's really loose on there. So this one's probably going to have to be glued. On that one, it's okay. That doesn't reach. That does not reach. Definitely goes on. Does it? Oh, it doesn't go on that one. It goes on this one. That's a problem with black on black cabling. It actually goes like that. Goes on that little nipple there, not on that one. Right, let's try and work out which is the other cable I need. So F is the shorter cable and it is E that I need. And E is going on to that nipple just in there. No wonder they're giving you tweezers. But I'm going to use these ones that I've got. Doubt you could even see that nipple on the camera. It being black on black, but it's just in there. And then that is going onto. It looks like it's going into that hole. So we'll go with that. Oh, and I've just seen where F goes. Look at this instruction. You can't even see the pipe for F, but they've highlighted these two yellow points and then 13F. You literally cannot see the pipe. We need some Todd photography on that one, I think. So that's going there and then going onto that nipple just there. Okay, I might need some hot water for that other nipple. There we go. That went on easily then. This one's fine. Right, so there we are. That's those in place. And that's definitely all there's to do in that stage, or that part of the stage in D, because we need to finish off with E, which means bringing over this section again, taking this piece, and that's just going to push fit in there. Like so. And that is stage 13, and that is actually pack 1 done, believe it or not. Got a few parts left over for the minute. Now I know what they are, they're drive shafts. Stick them over there. They're going to be the boots, I reckon, for the drive shafts. I don't know what those are. But we'll just do a minor tidy up, like so. Right. So we need pack 2. And pack 2 is a massive one. It does actually just say 14 to 33 on this one. So we might not need to go hunting in other places. I'll tell you what, this pack is quite heavy. But I can always see that the next stage is the chassis. So that's what's going to be in this box. Got another wheel. Got the rear, maybe the rear fenders. I don't know. Rear inner wheel arches, or might even be the front. I think the easy option is going to be for me to empty this on the floor. Now I do have the big base box behind me, so I'm using that as a bit of part storage. And I've also got the lid where I'm putting the part completed bits. Right, so we're going to need that one as the next stage. Going to tidy up the other parts. Right, parts tidied. So we've now started getting onto the big stuff. Little tiny clip there. Should have 2 clips. There's the other one. Get rid of that. Right, so we've got the central plate going in first. Now it's only going to go one way around, which is that way around. And we have 4 HM screws to secure that in place. Three and 4. Tell you what, let's have a little bit of a play with this. No, it might not be torquey enough. I think you can change that though. Oh yeah. That might be over torqued now. I had a bit of a play with this one when I was doing the Supra build. And it actually has its own little magnetizer bit built into it as well, which is quite good. We'll see. I've got the wearer one here as well. I think we're struggling on that one. Can't remember if I dipped that in oil, to be fair. Oh, that was it for stage 14. So do we not use the clips? Doesn't look like it. Right, where are those clips? Put those to one side. And we'll put that to one side. Now let's find stage 15. Stage 15. Not much in this one. just looked over and see your comment bug this, and I'm thinking like, what have I done wrong? Right, so we've got some gearing to do. That's going to go onto there. Does that just sit on there? Looks like it goes that way around. Got a little bit of flashing, or is that a D-shaped hole? It's not a D-shaped pattern on there. Looks like I just used an MM screw. We got something to go through the middle of that? Yes, we do. And that's why it's got a D-shaped hole. Don't run away. Right, assuming that's going to spin or twist, I'm assuming that's the steering shaft. Let's put a bit of grease in there. That's better. Right, that then goes on like so. It looks like it goes on that way with the flat side facing me. Probably means that gear should go on first then. Like that. And like so. And then we need 2 MM screws to secure that together. Try not to do these too tight so they actually move. I'll put a bit of grease on them as well. Not going to be the best linkage, I don't think. In fact, it just jams up. Yeah, and that D-shaped hole, I think, is just disintegrated pretty much. I don't think it's a D-shaped pattern all the way through, that's the problem. You can't go on the other way because you don't have the gears facing out this way. But I don't know if you can see, but that's the amount of play in that gear. So I don't see this steering working. Yeah, there's just far too much play in that. That's never going to work. Right, now we need 13.0, which was this one, I think. Yeah, that longer piece is going to go in there. And then we've got 2 DM screws to secure that together. There's one in there. Only got that one loose for the minute. Now I can get the other one lined up, hopefully. So that's the universal joint, like so. Again, these joints are pretty stiff as well. So you can loosen that up a little bit. Right, so we're now going to bring over the front sub-assembly. And then this is going to go into there. And again, 2 more DM screws will hold that in place. What's the time at the minute? 20 to 1. Not too bad. I think what I'll do is at 1 o'clock I will see whereabouts I am with a stage, and around that time I'm going to stop for some lunch. And it'll probably be at least a half-hour break, so give you all time to go off and do something for a bit. Try and work out which way around I've got this. That's got to go off this way, I think. Yes. I think I might have to try and get her to skip a gear or 2. Let's just assume that that's going to hopefully do its universal jointing thing. Actually just work. We shall see. I can see that being a bit of a fiddle when it comes to doing this. That's got, looks like it points down that way. Something like that. Then we need this piece. And I believe this piece. Instead of showing it this way round, they're showing it this way round. But I'm pretty sure it is that piece. And then that's got to go on the end like that. I think it's going to go that way around, with that bend going down that way. Need a JM screw for that one. So obviously I could just continue building and try and do it non-stop, but that's not really the idea for this build. It is a case of, could you build a model within 24 hours, but at the same time also look after yourself? So do normal things that humans do. Obviously, eat, sleep. Well, probably not sleep, but we'll see. Right, so that's all there is to do in that stage. So still adding to our parts bin. And then 16 is another big chunk of metal. And we have this. So let's see how that goes. So 16 is not much left, not much to do. In fact, it looks like 16, 17, 18 are single page instructions. So it doesn't look to be much to do in those ones. Let's take all of those parts out. And we have this lovely piece of bodywork, or internal bodywork, I should say. Now, we do have a shipping brace that we can remove. Okay, I didn't go that far. I only really glanced at the pages. That's interesting. They must have they've painted that shipping bar, okay? But they must have painted it separately. Because look, there's no missing paint, and there's no missing paint on this. What they even bother painting that? Like with the Batmobile and all the other vehicles, you can tell that they've put that in place and painted it in place because there's been missing paint. Right, so remove the screws for the bar, and then try and work out which way up they've got the picture, because they're literally zoomed into a small part like that. I think it's... No, it doesn't have it upside down. Oh, I see. So they've zoomed in on this little piece like this. So you can't tell which side it is. So it's this side we're working on. We want this piece, and that's going to mount underneath. One way around or another. I think it's got to go through that locating peg there. Yep, that looks right. And we've got an EP screw to secure that in place. So there we are, one EP screw in place. And then we have the other one side. With this piece, we should have a tiny little black piece. There it is. And that is going to go like that. And we have a KM screw for that one. I'm surprised that there's a KM screw because I'm pretty sure that's plastic. So bring that back over, and again we've got a really zoomed in image, but that is going to go just there. And we've got a DM screw to secure that in place. Okay, so is it the... Oh, it's that bit is metal. So why have we used a... I don't know. Looks like we used a metal screw to go into a bit of plastic through a bit of metal. Because I'm almost certain that that is going into that space, isn't it? Yeah. Did I pick up a DM screw? Yeah, looks like a DM screw. Right, so that's in there like so. Assuming that's the front end of the body, and that's going to be the mount, or the bonnet rest. Then we need it this way up. We've got these mud flaps. And they're going to go just there, like that, and there, like that. We've got a little keyway there. So push that one in, and we've got 2 DM screws in each of those. Cheers, Ed. Hope to see you later. Okay, so I got those in, but that stud now doesn't line up. Okay, well, we're going to leave that. It'll be fine as it is. I haven't put it the wrong way around, have I? No, they're definitely the way around. So, stud in there. 2 more DM screws. Yeah, this hole doesn't line up. Doesn't seem to. That one actually definitely went in better than this one. Let's just see if I can adjust this one. Right, so the studs, well, sort of in there. Yep. It's going to bother me if I don't try and fix it. And if that fix is just a case of cut the stud off, I will do that. So that's definitely in. No, that stud is in there. Question is, will it stay in there when I do this with a screw up? I won't tighten that screw all the way. Yeah, better than it was. Better than it was. And that's the end of stage 16. So, what have we got to do in stage 17? So a quick look. Now, to be fair, 17 and 18 are both 2 pages. So let's do stage 17, and then I think we'll call it lunchtime. So let's find stage 17, which is this one. Now, let's just make sure. What did I do? Storage catch for the VOD 2. Okay. I did see that. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Thank you. This is a push fit. That does push fits in there. A keyhole pattern? I think it's a keyhole pattern. I'm going to use this pair of pliers, I think. There we go. Thanks, Bergdes. I've had so many parts that are left over, I'm starting to not question when I've got bits left over now. And don't double check them. That's plastic. Well, unless Mike comes up with something special for this one, I don't think I need to take it apart. I've already got prepared, because this build is sponsored by Mike, the power mod, so I can build it with the power mod already installed. So theoretically, won't need to take it apart again. So we shall see. Right, let's just check. Now, I do need to set up a new live stream. So what I'll do is I'll keep this one running for a bit, but I know I've only got like 12 hours, I think. So, got a while yet before I need to start a new stream. But I think I might stop it about, I don't know, 8 hours in, something like that, just to keep it definitely safe. But just double checking that. I was going to set up another stream, but I didn't in the end for a second one. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to conflict with this one, so which is all good. So I've just removed that spare stream that I'd set up when I was playing with it the other day. Right, got a little clear lens there. Right, so first thing to do on this one is this piece is going to go in there. And we've got nice and simple HP screws for all of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, all in there, an HP screw for all of them. So excellent. Just covered up my chat. So let's just move that back to the front. That's better. Right. So HP screws. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's going in there. Definitely got this right around, haven't I? It's definitely going on that side. That's where the indents are. I was just thinking actually whether a Spider's brew would say HP sauce, but again, I don't know if they've got it in Germany, and he wouldn't necessarily know what HP sauce was. Now, before I put all these on, they are all the same, aren't they? Yes. Now, again, the timer is not going to stop when I stop for lunch. So it's very much a case of how long a build takes with life as well, not the actual just build time. Right, little silver piece. That's going to push in to there. And we're flipping that over. That piece then goes in like so. And that's it. And then we have... we've got to do this twice. So that goes like that. And that one goes... in there like that. We have another detail to go on top of that, which are these. A little purple tops on it. That's going to go in the center there, and we're going to use another HP screw to secure those. There are certain people, when I read the comments, I know instinctively who's written them. I don't need to look at who's. Don't need to look at the person. You should definitely write a book, Mark. You want to call it Partworks Humour or something. Right, so 2 of those done. Put those to one side. Bring this bit back over. Bring this piece over. And we need this piece. That's going to go that way around. And that's going to go into there. So I'll secure that piece in place first. That's an EP screw. Now I'm going to need a couple more EP screws for the other part. And then that one is going to go just there. We have 2 more EP screws. Could these be ghost screws? EP? Ectoplasm? Ectoplasm, one word maybe? I don't know. Right, so we've got that in like so. And that is all there's to do in that stage. So, before we move on to stage 18, as I said, I will go for lunch. What time is it? Just after 1. So, I reckon at least half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and we shall resume. So, for now, you get to listen to the hold music, and I will be back in half hour, 45 minutes. Right, just waiting for the microphone to wake up again. Right, I am back. So, refreshed, refueled, ready to go. And, bug this, you failed me. Look, little clear lens that I didn't put in there. I really can't complain the amount of things you've picked up so far, bug this. So, that needs to push into there. That's not going to stay in there, is it? Nope. That's not going to stay in there at all. So, a little bit of canopy glue will solve that problem. Just give me a thumbs up that the microphone's actually working. Looks like it is. I did turn it off, so. Right, where's that little spudger gone? That should be enough just to hold that in place. And that will dry transparent, so. There we go. Right. So that was the last thing to do in stage 17. Had these pipes left over. Got those parts left over. That's left over. We definitely didn't need those pipes or anything. Now, I'm going to have to try and keep those pipes separate, actually, because I've got more pipes in this one. So those pipes are both the same, 17J. So I'll put those two in there. Hey Steve, yep, it is now the afternoon. I have just had my lunch. I am refueled, refreshed, and ready for some more building. I've just done a little bit of tidy up, so I got rid of a few bits of the rubbish that's been piling up around from the other stages. Right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4 different lengths of pipe. And then looks like all these are different lengths as well. But we show us a couple that are the same, apparently. Let's try and work those ones out. It looks like those two there that have only one end. All the others have 2 ends. They're longer, middle, and smaller. So I have to reference back to the picture on that one when it comes to using those. Right. Let's grab the stool. So first things first, we're going to be taking this piece. And we've got this grill section. That doesn't seem right. That's because you've got that grill section. Which is going to hopefully go into there. Yep, it's going well. We have part of an engine and gearbox. We have front sub-assembly, bit of suspension. We have a few parts that are just sort of dotted around at the moment. We've got this piece that I'll put a pipe on, and these mud flaps. We have part of the main chassis. I've just put that plate in place. I think that's everything covered so far. We've just got this part obviously the firewall there. And now it looks like we're building up the oil cooler. So we're that way round. We have this bracket, which I believe is going to go, oops, this way around. Yep, looks like the picture. Going to secure that with a DP screw. Just move the engine off with screws. How you going, Jodie? Are you waiting in the car now? Or are you back home? Right, so this is then going to mount onto this part, okay? And again, we've got a really well zoomed in image, so a bit of guesswork where it actually goes. I think it's this side. I think it's got a mount underneath. They don't make it easy when it's a really, really zoomed in image. Like that. So it's definitely here. Because they've got that little cutout piece. So that's going to be that way around. And that's got to go that way. Right, got it. So that's going into that hole there. And then we're securing that with 2 IM screws. Oh, that screw there. Nice. EP screw into the grill. Really? I'm just going to not... It's never going to fall out, is it, Bergdus? But yes, you are right. I did miss out putting that EP screw in. And if I'm honest, that's a detail you probably almost could have got away with not even having. Look, you can see the corner of it, and that's it. No, I don't think I push that through all the way. Actually, no, the bracket says it's angled, so that doesn't go into that hole as much as I thought it would. Yeah, I can get away with not having the EP screw in there, I think. Looks like we need a BM screw though to secure that piece. one BM screw in there. Yeah. Yeah, probably, but we shall see how it goes. Doing all right so far. Now we put that to one side, and then we've got this section to do. Right, that clearly goes into there that way around. Right, I'm going to put that EP screw in. So that gets secured together with an EP screw. And trying to work out which way that goes. It's got to go that way, hasn't it? And we've got 2 HP screws for that. This is step C. Right, so that's that joined together, and it looks like the picture. Right, now this is where I need to reference back on the cables. So we need 18J, which is the shorter one of these, or the shortest one I should say. And that's going to go there. And then we have 18M, which is the medium size one, which is going to go there. So we do those ones first. And these are just plastic press fits. And that is going onto that one, isn't it? Yeah. That might actually be a metal collar on the end there. Right. So that's that like that. And then we need to bring over this piece we've worked on earlier. And with it this way around, we need 18I to go here. And that is going to be the smallest one we have. And the other one is 18O. Which they're very similar sizes, some of these. Or the pictures say they are anyway. But it looks like it's going to be the shortest one of the ones that are left. So this one goes onto this nipple. Like that. And then this one goes onto that one. Oh, that's really loose. That one definitely needs to be glued. That's definitely that one, isn't it? Yeah. Try and work it out now. Where's the other one go? 18K. See, it doesn't give you. Oh, it does actually give you the tube's dimensions. Does it give you the tube dimensions? No, it just says tube 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one is thicker than those two I'm trying to work it out. See, we're not using the rest of it. So I don't want to use and glue the thicker one if it's actually the thinner one that I need. I'm going to go with the thinner one just because of the size of the nipple that I've got here. Because that fits on properly, whereas that one, it just was really loose and just came off. And I'd say it's probably even big enough to fit over the top of that, almost. I dropped it! Right, there it is. I'm going to go with the narrow one. I think I'd rather put the narrow one on here and then find I needed to put the thicker one on rather than the other way around, because the thicker one I can glue over a narrower spout. Yeah, narrower nipple. The only downside is the length of it. In the picture, they've got two that are pretty much the identical size, identical length. Is that the EP screw? Yep. I know I missed it. But it's not going to fall out of there. It was tight fit to go in anyway. And yeah, it's not going to fall out. I'm not taking it apart. Not taking it apart. Right. I've gone with that one. So that and that's all I was doing that stage. So now we need stage 19. Look at all the amount of parts we've still got left over at a minute. So I hardly used anything. 18, really. Definitely done everything. Created that. Put the oil cooler in. Created that. Created that. Yep, stage 19. Looks like we've got a radiator. Right. So first thing it need is this one. We're going to be placing the fans in there like so. And we need to secure those with 2 EP screws. So there we are, 2 EP screws in place. And then we have this piece and this piece. And that's going to go that way around. Sandwich that together. I need 2 more EP screws. No, just streaming on YouTube. I did consider trying to stream to Facebook as well. Although I am using the new feature that YouTube are doing. So this is streaming in horizontal as well as vertical. I figured I've got enough to concentrate on without trying to work out doing on multiple platforms. I have done it before with Facebook. And I did consider dusting off an old phone and streaming on TikTok with a different angle. But in the end, I decided pretty much all my followers, or the majority of my followers, are on YouTube. I did post about it on TikTok, so, and the link's there. So if anyone sees the video that I put up earlier, then they can come over to YouTube if they wish. Right, there we go. Why didn't they say put that piece in first? Because that won't. Surely that's got to go underneath that lip. That's probably what Harold was on about earlier. Surely that's got to go. Oh, wait a minute. Has it got to go that way around? That way around. Okay, that way around. Okay. But still beneficial to loosen that. 2 EP screws will secure that in place as well. And that is all I was doing in stage 19. More spare parts. I'm sure at some point we'll join all this together. Stage 20. So, starting with this piece, 20F, which is this piece, I believe. Yes. That's going to go in like so. It's not keyed, is it? Nope. Although the next picture does show it that way around. So, EP screw will hold that in place. Okay, I might look into that. But as a majority of my streaming has always been YouTube. Brilliant, Mark. Right, so that's now an EP screw. We then need this piece and this piece. That's going to go that way around. And another EP screw for that one. That's going to go right through the middle there. Keeping with that part, we're actually going to add it into this point here. And more EP screws. And then this piece is going to go on top of that. And guess what? More EP screws. One, and second one in there. Then we have this piece, which is going to mount like that. And you never guess what? EP screws again. One in there and one in there. So that's step D, and then we need one of these pipes, which is going to be pipe E, which I think is this pipe. And that one is going to go in there. Apparently. Definitely sure it goes in there. Is it this one? Fairly sure it's that one. Pipe E. There's nothing else that looks as similar to that, is there? No, it's definitely this one. Fairly sure it is that way around. There we go. It's in. Put it one side, and now we need this piece that we had however many stages ago. 8. And stage 8, that one. 20G, which I'm pretty sure is this one. That's going to go in there. And we need another EP screw for that one. Certainly for this bit, I seem to have a ton of them. And the ones that I can see are popular are EP screws we've got loads of. Got a fair few AP and IP screws, tons of DM screws, tons of EM screws, quite a lot of HM screws, and quite a lot of LM screws. So there's a few screws that are going to have a lot in. Right, then we need this piece. That's going to then sit in like so. We got EM screws there, mixing up a bit now. So 2 EM screws. That's going to go off that way. And we have 20H, which I think is this one. And that's going to push into that point there. Oh, we've got another page of instructions for step 20. Looks like we're going to need to bring our engine over. And that's going to mount under here. Potentially bend the pipes out of the way. I've got 2 IM screws to secure that together. That's one. That's 2. Couple the radiator to the engine block. Okay. Okay, so that's going to go into that hole. That's going to go into that hole. And where does that one go? Does it need to fold out the way a little bit? I might take that one out for a minute, just while I try and work out how this is meant to go in here. We've got a hole just there for that one. That one's going to go into that point there. Couple the engine to the radiator, it says. That in there. That in there. That's not going to hold it on there, though, is it? There's got to be a couple of screws we can put in. Surely. That one's screwed in, if I remember rightly. That's in there, that's in there. That's not going to stay in there, is it? No, that's got to go in there. That's got to go in there, and that's got to go in there. Right, it's not going to stay on there. Which pipe did I take out? That was that one, wasn't it? And this one needs to come and go into that hole there. Whilst going underneath there. Right, it's sort of holding itself in place. Right, so done the IM screws underneath, radiator in place, think I need to put this one in. Wait a minute. So let's turn that back over. That pipe. Oh no, that's that one. That's fine. That's come through there. That's fine. That's in place. And then on this side, they've highlighted something. Oh, that's that pipe going into there. That's fine. And then that pipe goes into that one. I might have to glue that one. It might stay. And then we've got that pipe that's going into that block. Right, we're good. Oh, and now we get to bring it over this part of the chassis. That moved again. Right, it's not going to move very soon because we can actually bolt this in. Try and get it in the right holes. So that's going to sit like that, and that's going to sit like that. And we have 4 LM screws. Now, I'll probably end up having to reattach some of these pipes. Hey Ian. Right, let's just tip this on its side for a minute. And we need one more LM screw. And we get that secured in like so. Right, so how many pipes do we need to reattach? I think just that one, surprisingly. And I think what I will do, I'm going to put a bit of glue on that because I think that's going to move and come apart every so often. I'm not putting a great deal on, just enough to hold it. Right, there we are. Right, we do have some more screws to put in place, I think. We have a linkage somewhere. Was it that one? So that's going to push in there. We've got a little stud and a screw hole, so we make sure that lines up. So let's just dip that in a bit of oil, and then hopefully we can get that to go all the way in. So that's now going to fit into that hole perfectly. We need to secure it from the other side with a DM screw. We've got another set of instructions for 20. So lots and lots to do in stage 26. I didn't have to use this pipe yet, did I? Anyone know? Let me just double check. Just going to go back a second. Make sure I haven't missed it. So this pipe is 20I. We have E, G, H. No pipes, no pipes. No pipes on that one. So, does not look like I've had to use that one yet. Right, now I think we need those clips that we had earlier. Where'd I put them? Oh, there they are. I didn't put them in my tray. So, back on the underside. I'm not too worried about the engine because I've still got this little soft mat down. Might still end up reaching for my partware upgrades cushion at some point, rather than just the pixel mat, because I think they are going to be interchangeable on various builds. I think the pixel mat's going to be more invaluable when it comes to having this on its side or on its roof. Right, we need some more LM screws. Four of those. That's not going in. Is this going to be another one of those fake LM screws? I haven't pulled up the online instructions to find out. No, that's going in. That's fine. Right, two more on this side. Cheers. It is going fairly well. So I've just got that in place, and we have this section, and just about to attach that to the rest of the engine, or end of the rest of the chassis, I should say. This is where it's going to be a bit fun. Try and get this to all wiggle into place. So we've put those brackets in, which these are going to go into. And I'm now wondering why we've put those in, because it would have been much easier to be able to lay this down and not try and tuck it in. Right, so we've got that. That's going to go through that gap. That's going to go through that gap. try not to pull that cable out. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, if I'd just been out, I'm just going to do that. I'm undoing that. That one is easy. Well, I think it is. Might not be, actually. Let's loosen that bracket and see whether that makes. Yep, that made a difference. What have I done with that other bracket? There it is. Yeah, removing that bracket certainly made it a lot easier. Right, so all these pipes are obviously going to go somewhere. I'm assuming we're being told to do that. Right, we've got those two parts going in there. Those two going in there, like so. I can see where these pipes are meant to go, but they don't seem to be going there at the minute. I think it's because I need to wiggle this back this way a bit more. That's not going back far enough through that chassis rail. I'm sure of it. Oh, maybe. What kind of idiot designed it that way around? So we were asked to put that through there. I can see that pipe's got to come across, go in there, and then that one's got to go in there. Oh, and that's come out. Right, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that piece off, because I think it's going to give me more wiggle room. Because that relieves that piece. That's in the right place. Now, I just realised I've got a little cutout there. I bet that's how far we need to push this through. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that back off there actually and see if I can wiggle that through properly. I didn't see that when I first put this in. But it looks like that's meant to be all the way through to that point. So what I am going to do is put that to one side. I'm going to take this wheel off again. Because that will mean, if I can find my screwdriver, that one, it means I can undo this again. And then I can move these through separately. And hopefully I can get this screw back in to that point. That's perfect. Right, so that's now 100% in the right location. And if that's the case, I will just put this bit back in place because I think that's going to be fine. I'll leave the wheel off for now in case I need to move it. But that's in there. Bring this bit back over, and you can see there's a lot more wiggle room in that now. That steering linkage has got to go through there. That's got to go back on there, like that. Oops, we need to make sure that one goes under there. Ah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can get that lined up, no problem now. Let me just get this bracket back in place to hold that there. Where'd that D screw go? I think it was a D screw. No, it was an LM screw, wasn't it? Doesn't really make much difference. Right. So, let's see if I can get these pipes to line up. We weren't asked to, but the picture sort of shows them in place. So I think it's one of those things that you have to be clairvoyant about and actually make sure you can see it. Right, so those pipes are now into the points there. Going to flip it over. I will put the wheel back on in a bit. But first, I'm going to put 2 IM screws in each of these sides. I know Howard was saying, like, why have you done things in certain orders, and now I'm starting to see that. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Not the first model that I've come across where I think, well, it would have been better to do it in a different order. And if you missed the original instruction, the original instruction said to put that very large piece through that little A-frame, and it was not going to fit. I know Howard said that he forced it through, but what I ended up doing is actually feeding it, not this end through first. I took off that one pipe, which is only a single pipe, fed that through first, and I obviously fed it through a bit too far, and then rejoined that together. So that has worked out so much better doing it like that. Right, now I think before I move on, I'll put that other wheel on. So put the brake disc back in place. Get that keyway lined up. And we can get that screwed back on. Perfect. Right. Now we get a bit of the first bodywork. So the internal fenders, or internal wings, whichever you wanted to call it, are going in. Make sure I'm not trapping anything. Right, so we need to line up the shocks, etc. So it might be easier to actually have this way up for a second, just so you can move some bits around. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 IM screws that are going to hold this all together. So I think those shocks are in the right place now. So if I hold it like that, you can flip it back over. That's still dropped out. Right. Try and get those shocks. Maybe I shouldn't have put that wheel back on. It's going to be the shocks lining up. That's going to be the tricky thing to do, I think. There's one. I'll get that one lined up. Of course, now trying to do it left-handed. Right. Right. That's one shock partly in. Try and find the top shock. See the hole in the top of the shock. It does have like a keyway. Should have queued up a screw, shouldn't I? Yep. Right. So we can get those tightened up now. Excellent. And then the other 4 IM screws have lined up nicely. Yep, would have definitely been easier, because then you could have got your fingers in to organise where the shock towers went. But we have managed it. Still not sure whether I should have put that piece or that piece on. Don't think so yet. Don't like having spare parts around. Got enough of them, to be fair. And I should have one more IM screw. Bugdis hasn't shouted, so I'm guessing I haven't missed anything. Either that or she's gone for a coffee. She's left the stream. Right, so that's now in there like so. And now we're probably going to struggle to put drive shafts in, believe it or not. So we've got the drive shafts here and the little boots. Try and work out which way around they need to go. This way, I think. and they're going to slot into there and into the little bushes we put on earlier. No, that actually wasn't difficult. That was pretty painless. Believe it or not, we're still on step 20. 16G. What was 16G? Can't quite tell from the picture. Let's go back to step 16. It's going to be one of the spare parts we've currently got. 16G was flexible tube times 2. Was that these ones? Yeah, they got to be these ones. They're the same length. Those ones, I think. I don't think I got these pipes from anywhere else. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's those two. They're the same length. Wording would have helped for this one, but yeah, 16G is definitely flexible tubes. And it's definitely pointing to the brake caliper. Oh, I know where it's going to go. Why couldn't you ask me to put that on earlier? The nipple that it's going on is literally pointing that way, pointing down. Why? Just put that in. These could have been fitted ages ago. I don't know where this actually ends up. Got a pipe there. Should that pipe be loose? Does that come off the gearbox? Try and work out where that pipe's come from. Which one is that? I think I know which one that is. Let me see if I can work out where that pipe goes first before adding more in. Oh, actually, that might just be a free end, actually. Yeah, I think that is actually just a free end. But I don't know where it goes. Don't think we've been asked to do anything with that end at the moment. Just checking the instructions to see whether that should go anywhere. But I can't see that it does. I'm sure that pipe is the one coming off of here that we put in earlier, which we then have not done anything with. This one, 8M. Yeah, it just says flexible tube, doesn't say what it represents. But that was a going off there, and then we haven't been asked to do anything with it since. Right, so how am I going to get these brake cables in place, and where do they go? So I can see that they come off there, but they don't seem to show us where they go. So 16G, let's try to look ahead. And there must be a brake reservoir, brake servo. Maybe we haven't fitted that yet. Does it go on here, maybe? Yeah, thinking might just remove the wheels and tyres again. Although it's still on the back, so it's not going to give me much extra room. So I'm going to try just using tweezers. Ooh, I managed to twist the pipe around. Right, that's on there. Let's see if I can twist this one as well. Where'd that pipe go? There it is. Right, so that's on that brake caliper, but we're not got any instruction where this is actually going to go. And I can only assume that it's going to go this way, because it's a sealed wheel well, and that's really the only gap we've got. So it's got to come out this way, hasn't it? Same with this one. And yeah, just not sure on that one at the minute. I know where it goes now, at least. Put it through here for a minute. Then I know that one's that one, and I know these ones are the brake ones. Right, so back with the top side. We now need this piece. That's going to sit in here, I think. We weren't asked to put that in earlier, were we? No, we're being asked to put that in now. Could I put that in earlier? Because they want us to secure that with an HP screw. Still got some pipes to go off there, but I'm going to secure it first, I think, with the HP screw. Which is going to go just under here. So I'll do that first, and then I'll secure the pipes. No, not HM, HP. Wrong H. Right, so that's secured in place, which I think is going to make it a little bit easier when it comes to putting the pipes on. Right, and the pipes we need are 18J and 18L, I think. So let's go back to 18, work out what those are. So 18J was the shortest of these double-ended pipes. Oh, have we used that on one of those? Oh yeah, of course we did. Yes, because we're actually putting this in place. It goes on there. Let's come out of its clip. Oh, I see. So that one's 18J. That one must be 18L. Yep. So that needs to go and push down into there. Definitely goes that way around, yeah. Yeah, it does. And then this one's going to come around here and go into that point. And then this one is going to go onto that point there. Like so. Yep, definitely agree. Now, I'm not sure what the purpose of this is at the minute, because at the minute we've just created a loop. I'm fairly sure that is. Let me just make sure that wasn't a different one that we needed to put in place, but I'm sure that is correct. 18. So 18M, 18J. Okay, 18L is actually a different one. 18L is the longest one. So we'll take that one off there. I don't know where 18M actually goes. It doesn't show us at the minute. But this is 18L. So that one goes on there. Okay, so that was 18L. And that's going to go and attach to a black piece, I think. I can see a pulley somewhere around here. Sometimes the zoomed in close-up pictures do not help at all, because this looks like it goes straight down onto something. This is L. So I can see that pipe there. Oh, I see. It goes on there. So it's going to have to go in front of there. Like that. And then that's going to go down onto that one. Like that. So that was R, putting that piece in, connecting those up, and also putting the HP screw underneath that. That on there. And then 18M, which was this cable, is going somewhere in the darkness near a black bit. I think it goes down to the other side of the engine. I can definitely see what looks to be the bracing, but these are the sort of pictures you get, like really close-up pictures. 18L to the power steering pump. Okay. If that's what that is, then yep, done it right. Where does 18M go? I can definitely see those sort of parts. Let's orientate it the same way around, actually. It's this way around. And it's somewhere in this area. This is where a bit of wording would have helped. Oh, I think I can see where it goes. I think there's a little tiny bracket just there, and I think it goes on that one. How I'm going to get it to there, I am not 100% sure. I think we're going to need to have some double tweezer action. Right, got it through to that point. Now, I think I'm going to have to find some straight tweezers. She had some given to us, so let's use these ones. Can I even get that through there to grab hold of it? No. Again, this would have been easier to attach and then poke up through the engine. Do I have any better smaller tweezers? I think the answer is no. I can see where it's got to go, but I just don't have the maneuverability and the angle to get it to go on. Oh, it's on. It's on. What I am going to do is just touch a little bit of glue in there. And the easy way to do that, I think, is going to be using the end of my scalpel. And hopefully it won't then come off. Right. Fairly sure that's in the right place. Oh yeah, I've already made that comment. That I don't know if they've ever put one of these together whilst actually and then built one using the instructions they built, because they must build it obviously when they're doing the instructions, and I guess they don't really go back and revise it, because they obviously have a way of thinking, okay, that's going to be put together that way, and then they obviously do it, take a picture of it, and they think, yep, that's fine, and they don't think, oh, maybe there's a better way of doing it. Right, so that is actually all there's to do in stage 20, believe it or not. So, used a few of our spare parts, still got a few left over. So let's move on to stage 21. And again, not many parts in 21. Definitely some metal parts in here. Just move that to one side. Right, so we'll bring that back over actually, because we need this piece, which is the coolant tank. And we had this in stage 10. And it is going to go narrow end is near this piece here. Let's orientate it the same way as the picture. Right, I see where that's going. Okay, I see where it's going. I need to move that pipe out the way. Don't know where these pipes are going to go at the minute. 18L. So I'm pretty sure that's what's on there. Let's just try and work out which one was which. So 18L was, or is it I? Is it L or I? 18I. 18I is the shorter one. That's this one. And that's going on that little nipple down there. So we get that one on first, like so. This is O, and that is going to go on this point here. Now, I'm pretty sure that one, it could probably can't actually get that to go on there. Might need to pull that off there, and I need to warm up this end. And then see whether we can get it to go at that end. If I need to, I might be able to get this black part off the engine block. Yeah, I think rather than struggle with that, I'm going to take this off the engine block. It's only one screw. And then hopefully we can get that on there. It seems quite a thick nipple on this one, as opposed to the other end. Right, here we are. So that's on there. I don't suppose I'm going to be able to tell what goes on this one this early. Let's have a quick look forward. Nope, not in the next couple of stages anyway. If I have to take it off again, I will. But that can go back on there. Luckily it was very easy to get to that one. And then I think what I'll do is I'll try and get this attached first, and then I'll put that cable or coolant pipe back in place. So let's see if we can get this lined up. There's a hole for the bracket to go into, but there's also a screw hole to line up as well. Right, there we are. What screws are we using? JM. Yeah, JM screws. I was a little bit confused because it said JM, then in brackets stage 20 next to it. I was like, okay. But it's definitely pointing to the screws. Well, so you wouldn't have had the screws in stage 20 because we got all the screws right at the beginning. We would have finished this assembly, I guess, in stage 20. Yep, doing alright, Mike. As Bergda says, basic bicycle, got 2 wheels on it. Although the first thing that came to mind was the, can't think of the film, but it was a James Bond film where he was running around a Renault 14 or something like that, and it was cut in half. And he just had the front end. Can't remember which film that was in. Live and Let Die? Right, so now that that's in, we can reattach this hose to there. Like so. So, let's just recap this page. So we've done step 21. We've done A by putting that cable on there. A is also screwing that in place. B, we've got 18K, which is a pipe we need to add in. So, which was 18K? 18K. Right, this is going to be the test of whether I got it right or wrong, because it's the short one. And this is the slightly thicker one. So, 18K should go on there. And then down to the nipple on the engine block. And you know what? I think I got it the wrong way around. Because this one, again, is just loose on here. But it's going to depend whether it fits in, where it reaches. I don't think it's going to. Right, anyone remember where the other cable went? Which I did use. And whether I can claim it back. Because the other one was very slightly longer. Which was the other one? 18H. So where did I use 18H? Was it 18H? Oh, 18O. Oh, it's the longer one on that piece. That was this one. That's why I struggled to get it onto that point there. That's gone on fine. But this one was really loose. But maybe, just by tension, it will stay there. That was lucky, wasn't it? I might need to glue this one. Nope, it's holding itself. That's fine. View to a kill. That's all right. Thanks, David. There you go. I fixed it. There was no mistake. I had a 50-50 chance, didn't I? Get it the right way around. It's just that this nipple here is about the same thickness as like this one. So it's a thin one. Now, if they'd asked us to put it onto this point, I would have realised which one it was because that was too thick. So that's 18K in place. And then it looks like we need this pipe that I wasn't sure about earlier. So that's going to go in there. And then that goes into the turbo, just in there. I like it when we start using the parts we've got laying around. So that was C in stage 21. And then turning over, we've got D, which we need to flip the car over. And now we've got that bodywork in place, we can, it protects the engine quite nicely. Right, I think this is where we're actually going to start using some pieces from this stage. So we have this, it's going to sit like that. Yeah, looks like it goes that way anyway. We're going to use some DM screws for that. So one in there. So how long have we been running? 6.5 hours almost. So it's not too bad. That's what, a quarter of the way. Assuming going for 24 hours. Right. So that's in place. Now we need to flip the car back over this way. We need 21A, which is this one. Did I have to flip that over? Or is it still at the... Nope, still on the side. That's going to go in like so. And then 21B, which is this one, is going to go in there. It's only one peg on that one. And we're going to use LM screws in those ones and IM screws in these ones. So let's start off with the 2 LM screws. And then we need a couple of IM screws. Put one of those back. And then the IM screws are going to secure this one in place. Just make sure they're all done up tightly. Excellent. Right, that was step E. And then we've got these brackets, 21D and 21C. Now, are they going to make it obvious which one's which? Nope. But we want 21C. Is it still upside down? I believe it is still upside down in the picture. Nope. It's going to go this way round, which means it's going to be this side. Because you've got this bracket section there. I need an IM screw for that one. And same for the other side. Right, let's try and line this screw up. And then same on this side. Presumably that's what we're going to mount the bumper to. I think that's straight enough. Let's just use the PH1 screwdriver. Make sure that's in there nice and tight. Right. Then it looks like we need some pipes. It looks like we're putting this back on its wheels. And it's going to be these pipes. So this one, in fact, if I just spin it back over the other way. It definitely goes in there, but I can't see a corresponding area for that end to go. It just sort of disappears into the ether. So I don't think there's actually a place for it to correspond. It just seems to go into that black bracket. And I think it's going to be the same for this one. That's going to go into the other hole. Like that. And yeah, it just sort of disappears into that black bracket. It doesn't have a corresponding hole for it to go into. It just goes in like that. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah. Sounds like I'm doing better than you than this stuff. Yep, Rachel's looking after me, making sure I drink. Although, to be fair, I should probably drink some juice or something, not just tea. But I survive on tea. Yeah, those black pipes, it just sort of highlights that, but it's highlighting a black circle. But we're now on to stage 22. And 22, we've got another large section of chassis. So let's just put that one over to one side for a moment, whilst I get this one open. It is just the chassis, no other parts. Although it does say HM screws, obviously been given all the screws, so. Right, so bringing over this part of the chassis. And it's going to go together just like that. We've got 4 HM screws to secure that together. One, two, three, 4. I'm going to use the PH1 screwdriver. Bit of oil. We get that in nice and tight. And that oil dispenser that Ian gave me is absolutely brilliant. I wish someone was keeping a tally of the amount of screws I've put in so far. Feels like loads. Right, so that's those in. We've got some more HM screws on the underside. Another 4. See, I think HM, I think Howling Mad Murdoch. Yes, I definitely could use the pixel mat. And if it was a different vehicle, I probably would at this stage, like the Supra, for instance. So the Supra has its engine fully exposed. So you could cut out a few pixels and have the engine sort of dip into it. But with this one, we've got this nice chassis point here. So we don't necessarily... What's falling out? On the drive shafts. Yeah, so if it was a different style vehicle, I probably would use the pixel mat now. But because the engine's protected... Right, why is that now stuck? Oh, it fell out. Got it. Right, now where's the boot gone? There it is. I have not yet forgotten about the pixel mat. The pixel mat will definitely be more invaluable on this build when it comes to doing the bodywork. But also, you could literally use the pixel mat as a build surface. Right, so that's got to go in there. Can I get this to go back in there? That's got to go into that boot section. And then that's got to come and go in there. You know what? It's fallen out once. That's all the chance it gets. I'm going to glue it. I'm going to put loads on, just enough to hold it. See, at least if that's in there, that's not going to fall out, which means that the drive shaft can't fall out. And if this one goes, actually, let's preempt it. If one fell out, I always guarantee the other one's going to fall out as I'm moving this around. Right, so both of those glued in. Where was that? 2 more HM screws in there. So I think, again, with the pixel mat, it's going to very much depend on the build you're doing and the stage you're doing. At the minute, I'm pushing down on this quite a bit, and obviously you could compress that foam. So, as I say, you could cut out that section in the pixel mat and then just have this flat. But I think it's not worth it for now. Right, so that's those screws in. And now we're at stage 23. I'm going to keep this upside down, it looks like. Oh, and if anyone's missed the beginning of the stream and don't know what a pixel mat is, I'm hoping at some point today, if not already there, Mike's put them up on his website. And basically, it's a build surface where you can make it custom shaped to a model. Right, we've got some electronics now. So I might need to just pull up Mike's instructions and see what point I need to put the power mod in. Because I don't know if we still need the battery box. I'm sort of assuming we don't, if I'm power modding it. So let's quickly bring up Mike's website. I would show you what I'm looking at, but I haven't set up a scene for sharing my screen. Mods, power mods. Why can't I see? There it is, Super Impreza. Where's the instructions? Installation instructions. Right, let's see. Preparing your model. I need to bind the remote control. Power mod circuit board will sit neatly in the void behind the dashboard and will be secured later in the build. Oh, actually, okay. Mod can be installed at any point after issue 35 when the PCB is installed. However, you'll need components from issues 23, 46, 49, 94 and 99 to complete and test the installation. So 23, that's exactly where I am. So that's good. So what am I actually putting in? So I'm assuming I can actually just... I'll still put this in, but presumably we don't need that be connected to the circuit board because that will come from the power mod. So I'll still put this in. And we need this part for that. So that's going to go in that way around. We've got the switch that's going to go into there. So the switch is going to be held in with KM screws, and I'll do that first. So 2 of those. So 35 is when we get the PCB, so probably don't need to worry about it until 35. But I'm guessing the parts we probably still need, it might be still the switch. But I don't know. It says we need parts in 23, but I don't think we'd need any of this. Well, that went in well, didn't it? KM screws. The KM screws, the head's too small for the switch. No wonder that just fell out. They aren't the right screws then. They just go straight through. Now I need to put it at a bit of an angle. Definitely KM screws that they say to use. Yeah, I don't. That's not going to work. Although I think let's put this one in and see whether the two combined will hold it in place. No, is the answer. Alright. Have they changed these screws and not told anyone? Because that's not going in. Right, let's have a quick look at IXO's website and see where they've changed the screw of choice. There's the Subaru. It's going to be, where are we? 23, so it's going to be that one. AM screws. They have changed it. So we need AM screws for the switch. So we'll put those KM on the back. Had another one out already. Don't actually have many AM screws, so I'm hoping that they have adjusters for that. Right, that's better. Right, and then here we're going to be using HM screws. Get rid of some of the rubbish as well. Yes, I'm using the poke mat. It just happens to be on the stool behind me at the minute. And not got much in it. I've just got the scalpel and the hammer in it at the minute. And if I cleared a little bit to my left, I could probably have it on the workbench, to be fair. Because it's actually quite a small one compared to the pixel mat. It does have rubber feet on the bottom, so it won't slide around your workbench. There we go. So let's just, there you go, now on the workbench. In fact, actually, what I should have done, this is the accessory pack for the pixel mat. I don't believe you get one of these as standard with just a generic pixel mat. But you can buy as many accessory kits as you like. If I grab that and that, what I can do is these parts that I've got so far, all those small parts can go in there, and then you can hook it on the side of there, like so. How's that for neat and tidy in organisation? And hopefully that'll keep the wife happy that I'm using it. Or that she's now seen that I'm using it. Right, so 4 HM screws in there. I've got this yellow cable, which is going to go through, make sure it goes through the right way. I think it's that one. So we've got the plug on this end. That connector's going to go that way, but again, probably not worried about that one too much, because I'm sure we're not going to use it. We got that going in there, one way or the other. Yep, goes in that one. Peg in that one, like that. Peg in there. Spin that around like that. Same with that one. And then to secure those in place, we have DM screws. 3 of those. I'll race you to finish. 2 IXO builds? Why not? Right, so that's those 3 in like so. And now we're actually going to be adding that to the chassis. And it is going to go just here. I'm assuming those cables are going to come pop up through that hole. Go that way around? Yeah. That's just a peg that needs to go over. Trying to work out where those cables went to go. Right, I think they meant to go up through that hole. So let's make sure they do. Excellent. And then we can push that down onto that peg there. And presumably we are screwing this in place. Yes, but from the other side. I'm sure that's not going in properly. A minute. And I think it's down to that peg. No cables trapped. And they're going into this hole, and those 2 holes at the back there. Sure, it's just not going over that peg properly. I'm assuming that is meant to be a peg and it's not meant to be a hole. Or does it come up? Oh, wait a minute. It goes up like that. There we go. Right. I've worked it out. I worked it out. So those come through there. That's got to come over like that. Right. So we need HM screw, HM screw, HM screw, HM screw. One there. One in there. Make sure it's tight. Oh, someone's knocking at the door. Let's see.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Jay.
Open it. People and the tea cake.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My son's just bought me a juice and a tea cake. Just get this last screw in on this one. Just make sure all these are tight. Have a good one, Ron. Right, that's actually all there is to do in stage 23. So I'll just have a bit of my drink and a tea cake. And looking at step 24, it looks like we're looking to work on the rear section, so the rear differential. And yep, doesn't look like we're going to need the chassis again until stage 27. So 24, 25 and 26. We don't need the chassis. Four, 25. Now this mic does show battery life on the little receiver, and I'd say it's probably got a quarter life left. So seems to be doing well. 7 hours in. Now I think, what's the time now? Coming up to 4 o'clock. So I think about 5 o'clock, so that would be the 8-hour mark, I'll probably end this stream and start another one. That way YouTube's going to keep hold of it, and also I'll be able to have probably some dinner at that point, I think. Maybe a bit later. We'll see. And then it'll be a case of like, continue through the night. And thank you to anyone that's actually stuck with me this long so far, without taking a break. Right, so you've got 24F, 24E, and they look very similar. But I can see that these have got pegs on them. And they're definitely opposites, and these in different places as well. So we are going to need to put these together to make the differential. So I could probably almost do a bit of guesswork how that's going to go, based on screw hole locations and pin locations, rather than trying to work out which piece is which. That one lines up with that, but I'm guessing it won't line up with that one. Oh, it does. Right, so that one I'm sure is 24E. And that one is that way around, 24F. Good to try and line it up like the picture. Then we have this one. And then there's this one. Very difficult to see which area has the flat section in the picture. And then we've got this. So, looking at the picture, flat section down, flat section down. Nope. That's obviously going to go in the middle. Don't think. Yeah, I can see that part on the picture. So that's obviously going to go like that. That can't go any other way. And then these have to go around it. Just trying to work out. Right, I think they are on the wrong way round. I think it's this one on this side. And then this one on this side. Yes, that looks like the picture. I'm glad they give a picture of the final finished thing, because I figured that out by the finished picture, not by the assembly picture. Right, we need a couple of BM screws to secure that together. I am drinking the juice. I've drunk at least a quarter of it already. Right, now we have these parts. Now, we actually have all of these parts. They just show them as two separate parts in one picture. So need to figure out how these go together. Right, we've got 24i and 24g. Let's try and work out which one's which. I think that's G. And that's H. And then with these parts, that I believe is I, which would mean that one is then J. Really difficult when they show them in different orientations. Nope. Not helpful. Now that might be, I think that one's I. And then I think they've got J that way. I think that's the way they've pictured it. So if that's the case, we need this one and this one. And once I work out how this goes together, I can probably work out whether I've got it right or wrong. Pictures are not that clear, especially when it comes to black on black parts. I think that is how that goes. So that would mean that would go on that one. Yeah, this won't fit on that one that way around. So it has to be. And then bringing this over. That's going to go on there. I'll do that in a minute. And trying to work out which way around these go. So I'm pretty sure that is H, which would mean that would have to go on this side. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see, yep. Okay. Right, let's leave that one off for the minute. We'll use 2 DM screws in there, and then we'll get the third one in place with that piece. One. 2. So if I was doing the instructions, I would have done that piece first and then said to put this piece on top. Which you can then line up like so. Yeah, I finished it, Ed, but then I decided I'd take it apart and do it again. So at the minute, just building up the rear differential. I'm trying to get that to go in the hole. I thought I'd line that up and then pop back out. Let's take that out again. Right. Try it again. In there. Over there. And then on there. To be fair, that hole's not very deep for it to go into. Right, so that's actually sitting above that, as you can see at the minute. But that's in the right place. So maybe that is how it's meant to go. Either that or these bent. Right, so I'm going to do the same on this side. So attach it like so. With a couple more DM screws. And at the minute, I think the build's going fairly well. But again, got no real judge on how long it's going to last. Because obviously, different stages take a different amount of time. So really difficult to say. Right, so that's in there. Okay, have another DM screw. Secure that one in place. And then this front piece is going to be secured with an LM screw. So that moves on to stage 25. Brilliant. Right, so it looks like we've got the rear drive shafts now. So what was it, 110 stages, was it? We're at 25. Right, so that's the differential, is that way up. We're glad to not have a load of black on black bits. That's what making it difficult to work out what's going on. So all of these are the same. And two of them are going to go in here. And we're going to use some OM screws. Don't think we've used any of those yet. Now I'm going to need 4 of them. They're in a bag somewhere. I don't know. They'll turn up. Yeah, I have to buy my own birthday, own Christmas presents. Although, to be fair, that's my own fault. I picked them up off the shelf and then said to Rach, "Do you want to just give them to me as a Christmas present?" Right, so these 2 are going in here. Some of these holes... Ah, crap. Just realised. Turning this upside down, I've just realised what I've done. These arms are meant to go in there. Why couldn't they have showed it that way up? I would have realised. If it wasn't for that screw being a pain, I probably wouldn't have noticed that. Not until I come to put this in place anyway. And it didn't fit. and then fix this one. I kind of noticed that when I've done the first one rather than the last one. Right, so those arms are in there now, like that. Looks like some weird spider at the minute. Right, then we need these cups. That are going to go in there, and that's not going to stay in there. That one is, but that one's too loose. Oh, we need to screw that in place actually with an IM screw. I didn't screw the other ones. Can't remember. Two. I'm sure the other one's just pressed into place. Maybe I'm wrong. So IM screw in there. Yep, but there's usually a reason I got to take them apart. And yeah, sometimes it's because I made a mistake. What does Wayne say? I make mistakes so you don't have to? Something like that. I make mistakes because I'm an idiot. Right. And that's going to go into there. That's going to go into there. And again, I might glue these if although that one's metal. I don't think the first one's metal. That one goes into there. Actually, is that right? I think I've only been asked to do one of these. Oh no, it says repeat on the other side, that's fine. It gave me the picture of just one, and then I started doubting whether I was meant to do it on both sides. Right, so that's what that is looking like with the drive shafts. And now, the next stage is 26, and we're going to be building up more suspension parts. So we'll put that, I might also put that to one side as well. And that door cover, which I know should go on the base, but yeah, another useful thing for the poke mat, you can put various parts on it as well. Right, so stage 26, where's that? That's this one. That one's actually got the bushing already pressed into it. Now, looks very similar to what we've done for the front half. We're going to start off with that piece going over there. We have 4 BM screws, 2 on each side. Let's try getting that screw in first. There we go. That's that one in. Try one on the other side. And then hopefully this will line up. Excellent. That's gone in nicely. And one more screw will secure that fully. Right, so that's in there like so. We need this piece. That's going on there like that. We've got this pipe connector, which is going to go into the caliper, like so. And then taking this piece, that's going to go like that. That's then going to go like that. We've got a CP screw to go through the center of there. And twist that around like so. And then you have the spring, quite a beefy spring on this one. That's in like so. Next we're going to take this part, that's going to push into there like so. Then we have this part, trying to work out which way around it goes. It looks like it goes this way, so it's off at an angle. We need a BM screw for that one. So that's in there. I think that's like a drop link or something like that, maybe. Hopefully that's in the right way. I think it is, looking at the instructions. But it looks like it comes off at an angle. Bring over this section. Try and work out which way up it is. And also which way around it is. Looks like it's this way around. And this is going to go just in there. So it'll go that way around, so the drive shaft goes into that bush. And then that's going to go there. Looks like a drop link's going to go through that way. And we've got a BM screw in there and a BM screw on the other side as well. So that in there. BM screw in there. flip it over. And another BM screw. And then we have the caliper. Now if that's that way around, that's going to go on like that. Yeah, just like that. Going to use 2 DM screws for that one. My DM screws are sliding into my CM screws. That's not good. The CM screws are slightly shorter. Don't have many CM screws left, which is good. Right, there we go. And that's a DM screw. I can go back. And I'm pretty sure all of these are CM screws. Right. DM screw in there. And a DM screw in there. And that is the end of stage 26. 27 looks like we're just building the same thing up on the other side and then mounting this in place. So before I get to that point, what I'm going to do is take a 5-minute comfort break. So back in 5. fender back. So 27 is what we want now. Ah, I thought that would have been a great idea. Would have worked. Okay. But I've seen those ones, and I'm pretty sure they are a little bit simpler to do. I know most of them I don't think have any electronics for a start. Right, so again, that's going to go that way around. Some BM screws. 4 of those. I'll tell you what, the good thing about these various screwdrivers is obviously they got that spinning top, so when you've got it against your palm, you're not causing any blisters, and they're really, really comfortable to use. Again, available from Mike Lane Mods. Right, so that's in there. Then we've got this one going on there. We've got that little pipe going on the caliper. And then we have that going in there. And that going on there. And then we need a CP screw. I timed that quick break really well. It's literally just started chucking it down here on the roof. So with that in like so, that needs to go off to that side. Just tighten that one up. Now put the spring on. Put the top part on. Put the bushing in. We need this piece. And again, just try and work out which way around it might go. So with that one, it's gone off that way. So if I go through the same logic, it's going to be that way. We need a BM screw for that one. Is that a BM screw? Yeah, looks the same. Aha, that hole's bigger. They've made it idiot proof. Right, so there's still a little bit of a bend on that one. So it's going to be this way around. Right, so with that on there, we now have to add it onto here. And again, that's going to go above that point. That's going to go in there. That's going to go onto there. Was it BM screws? Yes, they were BM screws. And then once this is in and the caliper is on, we'll be attaching this to the chassis. That drive shaft in there does seem a bit loose, so I am going to glue that one because I think it's going to keep popping out. Right, then need to add the caliper on. Were they BM screws as well, or were they DM screws? DM screws. Brilliant. Good one, Mark. Keep them coming. Right. That hole's not all the way through. There we go. Can I get this to line up with that or not? No. Let's loosen that one off. There we are. So that's the rear suspension. And now we can bring up the chassis. Can you flip it over? And try and work out which way around it goes. Have I put that in upside down? No. No. There we go. I'm going to glue this in. I'm going to glue that one in. Should have done it at the beginning, really. So put that in there. And then that can glue in there. Let's just check that one. Did I glue that one? No, I didn't. I'm going to now. Right, so that's that glued in. Not going to fall out now. Right, so drive shaft source is going to go that way. So this is going to sit this way. Those points are just going to sit in there, and let's try and work out where all the points are going to go. Oh, I see. I see. That goes in there. That goes in there. This is where this is going to get all basically pulled together. What screws do we need? DM screws. Hopefully that will hold itself. We need 4 of these. Not very big screws, these DM screws, for what it's going to do. Which is effectively hold the entire rear subframe on. Let's find a pair of pliers, I think. There we go. Now it's in place. I have to do the same on the other side. Damn dry shaft. Come on, go into place. Let's loosen that one off. This is causing me problems. It's not lining up with the bit above it. Got it. Oh, have I got it? I don't think that's got in properly still. I think what I'd do, if I loosen that screw off, it might give me some wiggle room for this to go in. Nope, still not going. It's definitely not going in as far as the other one is. Because it's not ending up in that little cup. There it goes. That's done it. Well, probably still a good game for half the audience. Right, now we can put that one in there. Right. And now we can try and put these differentials back together. More glue. I can glue this side. These drive shafts are an absolute nightmare. Won't be as much of a problem when it's all secured together and held in place with the bodywork, because they won't have the same amount of movement. Right, drive shafts back in, hold it like that, flip it over. Try not to let them fall back down. There we go. Right. What's next? So 1, 2, 3, 4 screws in there. Need to tighten that one up because I loosened it to get that other screw in. There we are. So that then moves us on to 28. Oh, it looks like we've got the rear wheel arches. 28 and 29 are both the rear wheel arches. So that'll hold the shocks in place. And we've got a bit of piping as well. I'm guessing that's probably the brake line. Yes. Come on, come out. Well. Right, so what are we doing with these? Taking this part first. Let's just move this out to one side. By the way, when I put that down on the floor, I'm actually putting it down on the pixel mat. So, good way of storing it. Right, so that's going to go in that way around. We don't have a stud for this one. And we want some PM screws. I think that's the first time using PM screws as well. Right, so that's going to go in there. Another one in there. And the last one is going in there. Ah, see, that's not an original one. You might have heard that one so many times. Ah, damn! I thought I was building an airplane. Hey, Buck. It's progressing well. So got pretty much the front end sort of assembled. Just working on the rear end, rear differential, rear suspension, rear mudguards. Let's put that there, tiny little bits. Don't know if we're going to use those straight away. We are going to use those straight away, but after I've put this on to the car. So that's what the car's looking like in a minute, if you haven't seen so far. Right, don't do that yet. Put the brake line on first. I think I've got that pointing in the wrong direction. Spin that over. Put the brake hose on there first, and then I'll just spin it around. Again, not sure where that's actually going to end up going. Definitely goes up. It's certainly getting heavier. So that is showing the brake line. Am I even looking at the right side? Did I put it on the right side or the wrong side? That's the, yeah, so looking at the wrong side. Spin that round. So brake caliper, hose on there, and then they've got it wrapped around like that. Now, I'm assuming that's going to go that way. And then this is going to go this way around and go on there. And we've got 3 NM screws to secure that there. 1, 2, and 3. I'll get this central one in first. Cheers, Buck. Yeah, I can share that. I think I just found it on a YouTube video. How to do that. But I figured, why not have it? See if it actually goes up. I haven't actually been looking at it, to be fair, to find out if it went up or not. What are we at? 21.87. Someone had to tell me what I started the stream with. So as well as that, we need to put the shock in the right place and an HM screw through the top, I think. Right. HM screw. Right, so you need to line the shock up. HM screw through that point there. HM screw, and then you can put that back on its wheels. You take this piece and this piece. That's going to go in there like that, and we need an HP screw to secure that together. I'm going to go with a lot. Although you used that one on Wayne's stream. So if you're starting to reuse jokes, are you running out? Right, and then that is going to go on the top, just there. And we've got 2 DM screws for that one. See, if I was recording this, I've got to do the same thing for the other side. So it'd be a case of like ditto the other side, and I'd probably just skip a lot of the assembly. So that's 28, and yep, 29, pretty much exactly the same thing. So I'll move this to one side whilst I assemble the wheel arch. I'm actually running out of parts that were in this last pack. So that'll be pack 2 almost finished. And how many parts have we got in pack 2? It said on the box, didn't it? It was 14 to 33. This is 29, so 4 more stages, including this one. Is that right? No. 5 more stages, including this one. So I think when I come to the end of this pack, I think that'll probably be a good stopping point. 1 for the stream on time, and 2 for me to have some food. So that'll be at the end of stage 33, is when the next long break will be. So we've got some PM screws to put this wheel arch liner in, or mud flap. Actually, did I use the PM screws to do that front valance on the bumper? Might have been. So that's the mudguard in. Just ensure they're all nice and tight. Put that to one side for a second. We put those parts to one side for a second too. Bring the car up. Put the brake hose on. If that bit's not going to spin around. So, brake hose on. That's going to wrap around there. I'm going to tuck it under there for a minute. And then it's a case of grab this one. And 3 more NM screws. I'm going to hold that in place. 1, 2, and 3. Now, what I'll do at the end of stage 33, as I say, I will have a break, but what I'll do is I'll actually stop this stream and start a new stream, and it'll probably just be a case of the stream will start on the hold screen, so you can have a chance to switch over to the new live stream. It was an HM screw, wasn't it, to put that one in? Yep. Then we need an HP screw. And that's going to do this top mount. Just in there. And then that's going to go on top of there. And we need 2 DM screws. Thank you, Ian. I've got something special for you, Ian.
Part words.
Not that I know what you like. I'm going to share that with everyone. Everyone can use it. I was inspired by the dashed. Right, so that's all there is to do in stage 29. So we'll grab stage 30. Let's move that to there. Pull the parts out first. And we do need to put it in pretty much immediately, but try and work out the parts first. So 30E, that one's F, they are different shapes. That's D, so we need E, Right, just switching mics. So what's that? 8 hours on our microphone. That's not too bad. Right, I think we're all set again. Excellent. Right, so just some more LM screws going in here. Need one more to finish this bit off. There was one going in there, wasn't there? Nope, that's an EP screw. The LM screw goes in there. I knew there was 5. I counted 5. It's actually an EP screw. That goes in that other hole. Like so. Right, so that was stage 30 and B. Next we need this one. That's going to sit, assuming, over here. And 2 more LM screws. Hopefully you can still hear me. It's the mic is going up and down. Oh, come here. So hopefully, if by the time this microphone dies, the other one will be charged. So that's that piece in there. We have a couple of little brackets. Now, there's a stud and a couple of screw holes. And they can't go the other way around, can they? Oh, they've actually got left and right on them. Yeah, excellent. And the screw of choice is JM screws. Going to need my smaller PH0 screwdriver for that. Come on, line up. Go in the right place. That's those 2 brackets in place. Move that to one side. Again, just placing that down on the pixel mat is really useful. Right, so we need that and that. That's going in like so. 30G. No, there's only one that looks like that, isn't there? We have this one as well. $30G is the one marked L, so that one. Don't know if there's actually a difference with those, apart from the fact they're marked L and L. That bar is a straight bar, so I don't think it's going to make much difference which end that is. Going to need a JM screw. That's good. Yeah, it's a standard thing. And 6 AM was a bit late for me, really, on an HTM stream. What can't you see? Have you got your glasses on? Now, I was instinctively just going to put it on the other end, but that's not the case. Not yet, anyway. We need to bring up the car. Now, this is the left side. So that's going to come through this way. Is that right? Oh, I see what's going to happen. That's going to link up with that drop link, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Which may mean that I've actually put that drop link on the wrong way around. Because that's not going to quite line up, I don't think. Oh, it might. It might be right, actually. I'll try it and see. I'm assuming that we're going to have to do the same thing for this side. So that's the left side done. We have a JM screw going through there to hold it in place. And then I think the next picture is the right side. Fairly sure that's the case. But first of all, JM screw. It's going to go through this point here. Oh, that's what you can't see. Oh, it's on the floor and I can't really show that bit, but I'll bring it up in a minute and then you can see it again. Because I know some people probably wouldn't have seen it yet. As I said, I will take a break. I'll have dinner when I finish this pack. So I only got another 3 stages to do, and that'll be pack 2 completed then. So this is step 30, and we've got 31, 32, and 33. And 31 is just the brakes, 32 is a wheel, and 33 is another brake. And if I opened up the next pack, that's another wheel. but I'll stop at 33, which is the end of this box. So not much left to do in this pack at all. So the other side, I need to do the same thing on here. So take that little linkage. That's going to go on there. We need a JM screw. In there. Now, I won't tighten that one just yet. I'll keep it loose. That way I can get this lined up as well. We need another JM screw for that one. So with that in there, we can then tighten that screw up. So I believe that's going to be the anti-roll bar or something like that. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. Berg this probably. Right. So again, these are marked left and right. Even the arms are marked left and right. Oh, I assume that's marked an R anyway. Yeah. I saw an L on the other one. Put that down for a second, and it's got a bit of room to work. So R, R, oops, L, and L. That goes in there, that goes in there. Let's just make sure I've got those the right way around actually. So H, 30H is the left. And that's the right one. So that means I actually need to do it that way around and that way around. So those arms go off like that. Right, 4 LM screws will secure these together. And I'll use a PH1. Now, as I say, when I do stop at the end of stage 33, I will end this stream and set up a brand new stream for the next, what, third, I guess? Right, those two are in there. 2 LM screws, 2 LM screws. Bring this back up and try and work out where they're putting them in a very super close-up image. It's going to go. Oh, they need to flip that way. Did I put those the wrong way around? Put that one back to front. That one goes on there. That one I need to flip around. Anyone shout? Hey, if I keep talking about the pixel mat and don't actually show you, maybe you have to buy one to see one. You never know. Maybe it could be a tactic. Right, that's going to go that way around. Which one is this? The left one. Yeah, I'm sure it goes that way. Because it's opposite to that one. Tell you what, as soon as I've finished this stage, I will bring the pixel mat up. You'll be able to see it. and then I'm going to move the pixel mat and the car as one piece to the side again, because the next bit is a brake disc and a wheel. Come on, go in the hole. Might need to use an Allen screw just to tap these holes, assuming they haven't changed their mind on what screw. I'm going to check that because that seems really tight. Let me check the instructions online. Yeah, what stage are we at? 30. So not that set of instructions. That set of instructions. Stage 30. And yeah, they're still using LM screws, so just seems really tight. I'm not sure that Allen screw's even going in there. But the online instructions also say LM. Okay, got that one going in. More oil, I think. Yeah, these holes are really, really tight for these LM screws. But I've checked the book, and I've also checked the online instructions. Both agree that they are LM screws. Let me just make sure that is actually an LM screw that I've got. Yep, seems like it. I've just managed to mix up my LM and KM screws because I've knocked that thing out. All good. And KM screws are much smaller than the LM ones anyway. Come on. Still got some screws straying into the space for the divider. Right, there we go. Right, set of smaller screws are the KM ones, they can go away. And then just trying to tap these holes. I think, let's try the ratchet screwdriver. Right. Now let's try and get this to go in. Well, that was tough getting those in. I'll still switch that ratchet screwdriver actually to finish that one off. Right. Let's see whether this side is just as bad. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe this one. This side seems much easier to get in. Other side, nigh impossible. Right. 2 more DLM screws. Secure this one in place. Yep, you are right, Ian, and I do have one. And obviously I've got this mat down at the minute. But I think both mats are going to be pretty much interchangeable for different purposes. So, and for instance, if this had an exposed engine and didn't have the basically the cowling around it and the engine bay, then the pixel mat would have been good because you could cut out that section and still have it level. But as it is at the minute, obviously you've got the shocks on there. You could use the part upgrade mat when it's in this sort of position. Again, if you had more exposed breakable parts on there. So I think both mats will come in handy in their own ways. I think the pixel mat's going to be really invaluable when it comes to like holding these on its side. I would have loved to have a pixel mat when I was doing the, I think it was the Skyline, because trying to hold that on its side and put the wheels on was an absolute nightmare. Right, so we need 2 BM screws to go into these to secure that together. Just a case of lining that up, hopefully. One in there. And then we've got the other one going in here. Like so. And that is always due in stage 30. So been requested and requested and requested. Here is the pixel mat. Let's just zoom out and you can see it. Of course, put it on top of a load of stuff now. So, one pixel mat. Now, one thing you can do with this, Ian, that you can't do with the part upgrades, or you probably could do it with the part upgrades cushion, stab a screwdriver in it. But it's probably going to be quite detrimental to a part upgrades cushion. So, like scalpel, you could stab in as well. not just in the targets, you can stab them in anywhere. And if you like stabbing stuff in to the pixel mats, let me just turn this around so it's the right way up, because it's beautifully laser etched. Basically, you can cut these out. So what I was saying earlier about the engine bay, you could cut out a section for the engine bay so that when that was upside down, it would sink in, and then you've got this flat part. But with this one now, we've got the shocks back as well. It doesn't obviously sink in, but you could use that as a build mat, no problem. So all good. Ian! Right, well, I will stop for dinner at under 33 because pizza has just arrived. So, and not the anything but predictable, Ian.
You have been part work pizza'd.
It's all right. James, bless him, says, Mum, I think Dad's just been part worked because there's Domino's pizza at the door.
Right, so, as I say, pixel mat. So now, what I'm going to do is going to take the whole thing, put it down on the floor, and we're going to build a brake disc and a wheel. Thank you, Ian. Right, so we have the wheel. We have that little washer. The rim. And again, no center cap, so I'm assuming they're elsewhere in the part work. And then we've got the brake disc. Now, I'm assuming this will go together exactly the same way as we've done all the others, so I'm almost not looking at the instructions. Keyway, studs. They are sized studs, so I think this only goes on one round like that. Again, keyway. Oh, you know what to do. I've forgotten to put the first detail plate on. Like that. And then we've got that one going on that side. And what screws do we need? EP screws. So 2 EP screws. 1, 2. That's one. I don't know if you heard, but Rachel was saying that my son James said, Mum, I think Dad's just been part work because there's a Domino's pizza man at the door. So even my son is understanding the part working. Right, so brake disc done. That was stage 31. Wait. No, 31. Yeah, that was 31. I've also got 33, which is another brake disc. So I've got 2 brake discs to do and a wheel. So let's put that washer in there. So let's do this front part first, because that seems to be the better thing to do. Front part first and then the rear part. Make sure that's lined up. Not quite lining up. Right, I think we're in. So we need DM screws. 1, 2, 3. That last screw is not lined up. How can 2 line up but not the third one? It can't go any other way. It only goes that one way round. There we go. That's it. So that's our wheel. And we're actually putting this on the car. I didn't realise that. So this is the rear left wheel. Wait a minute. Have I skipped this page? Yes, I've skipped a page. But we are still putting this on the car. Right, so that's going to go on there. Grab our washer. Drop it down in there. And an HM screw. And then after this, we've got one more brake disc to do. And then it's a case of break open, pack 3. But I will have pizza first. And as I said, I will stop this stream and set up a new one. And I'll set up the new one now with the hold music. OBS will keep a track of the time, so between the streams. Right, so we have 3 wheels on our wagon. So, same as before, that detail plate goes there. Then we have that one. Oops, keyboard the wrong way around. That then goes that way. And then that one goes on there. Oh, it's EP screws, wasn't it? We need, yep, EP screws. So that's our brake disc, and that is all there's to do in stage 33, and that is all there's to do in pack 2. So we are now 2 packs into this. Pack 3 is also quite a large box, so we'll see what happens with that one. But as I say, I will end the stream and then start a brand new one. What time is it now? 10 to 6. So I'll probably be back about 6:30, something like that. Sounds about right. So I will see you all shortly.